Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, BitConnect? Hey everyone, how are we doing? Hopefully you guys can see me. I now have a compressor on my audio, hooray! So my mic quality should sound way better because I realized that Streamlabs has audio filters apparently. So yeah, that should be cool. How's everyone? It's been a while. I've skipped a fair few streams. I've also been making some progress. I'm very excited to show everyone. Working on the game, doing programming, and that's what we're going to do today. We're going to do more work, more programming, more everything. So I'm trying to remember where we were last time I was on stream. I think we were doing, what was it? Oh, wait a sec. I got performance mode on. Is my audio coming through? Sweet. Give me a sec. So, yeah, I just gotta get my stream preview working. Hey Gregory, hey Nearfire, hey other guys. Who sent a kissy face in the chat? What's that? Get that out of here, man. We don't do no kissing on this stream. Only wholesome things, okay? No kissy faces. Get that out of here. Only smileys, okay? Programmers don't get kisses, okay? This is not how this works. Let me just turn my mouse sensitivity down. I was having this up to test something earlier, so I like having my mouse sensitivity at about 2.5 on most games. So that's how I'm gonna keep it. That's better. So let me turn my where's my desktop volume? I'll turn that down a bit. Yeah, so I've been a little busy. Okay, I'll show you guys some of the stuff I've been doing. I don't know if I had been making any I think I had made a bit of progress on this on my last time, which was about 2 weeks ago now, I think. But dynamic momentum for wall running, I can't remember if I had started work on that or not on my last stream, but I've been working more on it. I've just got the other animation, the old wall run animation on at the moment just for testing. I'm probably going to make new animations anyway, so I'm not terribly worried about what the animations are. But it kind of, because I had to change, I used to have the run animation there, but because the velocity is variable now, so you can go either really fast or really slow, like you go really slow like that, or get a running start and go faster. Because that's now a thing, the run animation, I didn't configure it to go at different speeds. And I'm like, how can I make this look a bit more convincing without putting in much work? And I thought, hey, I'll just chuck the old wall run animation on, because there's no, her feet aren't really moving, so you can't really tell, like it looks appropriate for going fast and going slow. So I'm like, yep, that will just slap that on at the moment. She'll be right. But yeah, I think last time I was trying to get something with the angle, so that when you came at the wall at an angle, it would like translate the speed properly or something. I can't remember exactly what I was doing, but I've been working more on polishing that up and a few other things. So I kind of have it at the moment where I had my brother test this out, because I'm like, hey, you're a gamer, you try this. And he found it, there was a bit in one of the levels that he found rather tricky. I'll see if I can try and bring that up. I think it was like up here somewhere. So we were testing this bit, and he's like, okay, I want to wall run that wall and then go over there. Kind of like this. Like do one of these moves. Now you see, right now, it seems to look pretty good, but a week ago it was very broken, because what would happen was, you come to this bit, let's see if I can get that again. You come to this bit right here, and then you would start wall running and you would lose like all of your speed, because you're technically, if you look at her trails, actually that's kind of helpful. So Gabby's suit trails are kind of indicative of the direction that she's moving. And then when you'd hit the wall, you're rotated this way, but your previous velocity is like kind of going backwards relative to you. You know, it's kind of going this way. And what would happen was, it would say that, oh, well, you're moving sideways, like relative to the character, you're moving sideways. And we're going to just take your forward velocity and apply that to the wall. But because we're moving kind of backwards and sideways, there is no forward velocity relative to the character. So you would just hit the wall smack, and you would go really slow after pulling off a move like this. But you can see now that doesn't happen, because the script is slightly smarter now, and it kind of gets your velocity from everywhere and channels it into one direction. And that direction is, what's the word I'm looking for? Not parallel. Maybe it is parallel. Well, it's parallel to the wall, but more specifically, perpendicular to the surface normal. So it'll redirect all your speed. So it doesn't really matter. You're going at a speed. It doesn't matter which direction the speed is. It'll redirect it. And it just, it's not realistic. It's definitely not realistic. That's not how actual velocity works. But it does feel very fun, and it's way better than what we had. And it feels a lot less punishing. So that now works. So I can basically go at a wall almost sideways. If I'm running and then turn the character on her side, I can, like, that sideways speed I had can then translate forward, which feels pretty nice. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff you can do. Like, I'll just play around. I'm not sure how many of you were here for the last few streams or not, but with all the systems kind of in place, well, not all of them, but a lot of the core systems, like the slide, you can kind of chain them together, and it feels like, oh, hold on, there was a bit of a glitch. I'm not meant to vault through the floor. Silly Gabby, what are you doing? You don't vault through the floor. I haven't trained you well enough. So if I try and like slide down these stairs, say, and then this wall, it kind of, okay, well, it doesn't seem to be sticking very well. There's some detection issues I've been having, but if you get it at a good angle, you can kind of, it just flows. And that's like the one complaint I kept hearing from my from the last 6 months of last year with the builds. So that should kind of work to mitigate that. In fact, I'll see if I can get a flow going. Like at the moment here, you know, I've sort of got a bit of a flow going, and you'll be able to tell because the camera will be more zoomed out when she's moving faster. So if I like go between these walls and then, you know, go here, and you can see I'm moving quite fast. And let's see if I can hug this wall. Now, these windows, for some reason, have some detection problems, but I'm sure I can fix that up. But yeah, if you just keep it up, you kind of just keep going fast, which is nice. And then, of course, if I were to like start running at normal speed, it felt fast at first, but after going through that, this speed feels super slow now, right? So, yeah, so it's like fun to kind of play around with that stuff. I get kind of used to the speed, right? So I'm not really sure how well it translates, but the speed is definitely faster compared to like this. Like this is the minimum speed. But if you like get a lot of velocity, she can like go a lot faster. And it's a huge difference. Now, there's some problems, of course, that are still persistent with some of that code. And that's trying to figure out an appropriate speed limit. You might have noticed that she does slow down a little on the walls. And that's because I've kind of artificially put a limit in at the moment. If I take that off, it'll look cool, but it's very exploitable. So, I want to try and demonstrate that as well, actually. So if we, I think this is the speed limit right here. So if I take that off, put this here instead, and put this, actually don't know where that goes. Okay, that goes up here. I might have to, some of the X and Y's might be flipped as well, because I only just realized that X is forward in Unreal, and I thought it was sideways this whole time. So I would have to do some tweaking with that. But if I remove that speed limit and go into one of these levels again, and we can actually go very, very fast if we time our wall runs the right way. At least in theory, we should be able to go pretty fast. Still seems to be a speed limit there. I'm not sure if maybe I didn't remove the limit properly. But I'm gonna try and see if I can cheese it. Okay, maybe the limit is working. It still seems to be turned on. I'm not sure why though. Oh, my bad. I'm silly. I redirected the wrong nodes. That's supposed to go here. It's supposed to skip this bit. Alright, so let's try that again. Well, yeah, I'll actually open up... Oh, wrong map. Hold on. I have a console command I can put in. So this is like this big level with just these walls that I've made to test this. And you see, I can kind of, if I just keep hugging this wall, I can get really... Oh, oops, hold on. Let me try that again. I can get really fast, is what I'm trying to say. So if I just keep doing this... Look, I'm going like 100 kilometers an hour. It's pretty crazy, right? Let's keep that going. Yeah, sometimes I'll lose a bit of speed if I get the angle wrong, but it's very easy to exploit, because if I kept the circle, I think I showed this on my last stream actually. Now it's all coming back to me, but you can well, I don't think you even need to be a good player. If you're just someone who knows how to use the look stick and jump, you can kind of exploit this ability a lot. You can see I'm going like 112 kilometers an hour now, which is, I don't know, it's a bit crazy if you ask me. It's a bit much. Like at the moment now I'm going 130 kilometers, 140. I'm gaining lots of speed, and yeah, it just kind of keeps going, and it's like, okay, maybe like we shouldn't be able to do that, because that just feels a bit, I don't know, feels a bit wrong that you can go infinitely fast. So at the moment I've remedied it with this clamp, but I want to do something a bit better. And I haven't had much luck yet, but that's what I'm going to try and figure out today. I want to basically smooth it. Instead of having it as a set clamp value, I want it so that you can keep some of that extra speed, but only for a little bit, right? So if you approach the wall at like 200 kilometers an hour, you would start wall running at 200 kilometers an hour, but really quickly you would lose that. Like it wouldn't instantly get lost, but after like maybe a second or half a second, it would smooth back down to something more suitable. And I think that's a bit more of a appropriate balance, I think, between I guess reward and effort, because that's something I've been trying to think about as well, right? With how exploitable is okay and how exploitable is this looks like a bug and should be patched, right? So that's what I've been kind of trying to figure out the past. And there's some other improvement. I'll go through some other improvements too, but yeah, I see we got some more people in chat now, so see what's up with you guys. You sound out of breath. Have you been hitting the gym? Bro. This guy thinks I go to the gym. Should I tell him? I don't know, guys. Should I tell him? No, I don't go to the gym. I'm sorry. I'm just very sedentary, and any movement puts me out of breath. And I had to walk into my room to turn the stream on. And man, it was... it took the wind out of me. It was exhausting. But I guess that's a workout of sorts, I suppose. Yeah, so there'll be some... I had cleaned up some stuff. I was like doing something yesterday where I was cleaning up the X, Y, and Z. Because the X, I kept putting that as sideways, even though it's not. And then I did everything, and then I did something else afterwards that broke everything, so I had to revert back to a previous version before I had done the X, Y corrections. So, I don't know, I should probably maybe reorganize some of these to not to, plug into the right place. I'm sure that would probably be a good idea. It's just a matter of knowing what goes where, so... yeah, I could probably move that. Actually, I don't know. Because I feel like... I'm pretty sure that they're plugged in to the right slots. It's just the cables are kind of tangled together, so to speak. So I guess, yeah, we'll do something like this should do. There we go. Now it's kind of... it's tangled here, but when it gets here, it's nice and neat sort of thing. So this code right here is what puts that speed limit on, and I'm going to be trying to work at this and try and make it smoother, and kind of, instead of having a hard set limit, it kind of smooths to the limit instead. Now I'll show you what I tried doing earlier, which I thought would work, but doesn't, is using finterp, because I really like finterp. I don't like lerp, because lerp is a bit... how to say, it doesn't act the way I want to, but finterp does, because of the properties it gives you. It gives you interp speed, and I like interp speed. I don't like alpha, because that's what lerp, that's what that gives you. So if I do lerp float, it gives you A, B, and then alpha. Now alpha is okay, I can see why this would be handy sometimes, but I want essentially, if you don't set this up right, you could be in for a wild ride with this alpha value. Because if this is not time dependent or anything, you could lerp an object from A to B, and if you just plug in an alpha that goes up, it'll be frame dependent, which is bad. Now I know it's very easy to avoid doing that, of course, but I feel like finterp it behaves more predictably, which is why I like using it. Because you can sort of see by the tooltip, it says, tries to reach the target based on distance from the current position, giving a nice smooth feeling. And it uses these, from lerp it from this to this, and then this is frame time, so it knows how to factor in the frame rate, and then you just give it a set speed. So instead of moving it from A to B with at a set period, where it's let's say you had two objects that were 10 meters apart, if you set the alpha or whatever in lerp to a set number, it doesn't matter how far away the two values are, they'll always A will always go to B at within the same time frame, not at the same speed, it's just within the same time frame. So if A and B are 10 units apart, it'll take let's say 0.5, you put 0.5 in, and in 0.5 seconds they'll go to A will go to B. But if you put them 20 meters apart, it'll also 0.5, it'll go straight to B at the same, within the same speed. But with finterp, instead of a set duration that the lerp happens, you have a speed. So if the values are further apart, it goes at the same speed, but it takes longer because there's more distance to cover. And I just kind of like the vibe of that node better. That's how I like lerping numbers. I don't like using just a plain lerp. I like using interp more. So I tried doing this where because this number, that is the velocity of the character, and that's what kind of preserves your velocity, this little number. And the reason I don't use the X which, actually, wait, hold on a second. Is X is forwarded on real, right? Because I think I made another mistake with this code. I think this should, that number should be plugged in, maybe. Let me double check. Because I do a thing where I set velocity. So this might be, yeah, I think I might have fixed this and then had to revert. So I might have to swap these two around because I've just remembered that X is forward, not Y. So yeah, I could go right now and fix all of these, but I think I'm just going to fix them as I go because it seems to be working most of the time. So we'll just plug in those. So yeah, now what this is it's now gonna use the right X and Y values because those were swapped around the wrong way. But essentially that gets fed in at the point of contact. You start wall running, it triggers an event, it sets this variable, and that's how it knows to preserve your speed. Now, what I was thinking was, why don't I take the speed that's preserved, lerp it down to something else. I'm going to take the X because that's the forward speed. I'm not too worried about the Z speed because that's I control that a bit more. But with the X, that's your forward velocity. How can I take it from the current velocity you have and lerp it down to, let's say, I don't know, 400, just for example, or maybe something ridiculous, you know, maybe like 13,000. What if I could just take that value and lerp it to this value in, I don't know, the span of, like, at a speed of 1. That might be too little, but we'll experiment, right? I need to get world delta seconds. And in my head, I'm thinking, okay, well, if I then just plug in this, actually, I might not bother clamping it. I'll just go straight to where this goes. So I'm skipping the clamp, and it's just taking this number, the forward velocity. We're gonna lerp it down. We're gonna lerp it up or down depending on like whatever. It's gonna lerp to this number, and then it's gonna set that as our velocity, right? And in my head, I'm thinking, well, that should be it. That should work, right? But it doesn't for some whatever reason. And I'll try and demonstrate it here. So let me go to a different level. Let's open up the wall run test scene, and you'll notice that I still go at like a set speed. So if I like try and go very slowly, it doesn't really lerp at all. It just goes at a whatever speed. So if I change that, let's say we change the interp speed, because you might be thinking, well, maybe the interp speed's too slow. So okay, let's go 100 interp speed then. And then what'll happen is this. It's like really fast. I'm thinking, okay, well that's a bit much. Why don't we try maybe 10 interp speed? And no matter what number I try, oh, hold on, wait, was that working just then? Okay, well, not quite. It still doesn't quite get there. Let's try, maybe let's try 5. Because what would happen to me before, maybe it's starting to work all of a sudden. I don't know, it's a bit hard to tell with the numbers I put in. But what should happen, let's watch that again in slow-mo. Okay, it kind of works. But you can see that the speed is kind of fighting with itself. Like I'm going at, you look at the speedometer in the, oh, wait a second, hold on, no, wait a moment. Is that's not time dependent, is it? God, if this is time dependent, I'm gonna be so livid. Okay, well, that's kind of odd. I don't know if you guys saw, but if I have my Alt key set to slow time. So when I press it, it slows time down so I can see what's going on. The speedometer is reading a different number depending on... Okay, well that's great, isn't it? Programming, am I right? And it seems like when the frame rate's different. Okay. So there's a frame rate problem again. Oh, lovely, it's my favorite. But what I am trying to demonstrate, let's say if I turn this number down to like 1,000. What I'm trying to show is that it doesn't, what it should look like is that it slowly goes, like let's say, what is like 1,000? So 1,000 kilometers an hour, let's do 1,400. So that would be like 50 kilometers an hour. That's how fast we should be going. And we go just a bit slower than that. We go about 48. And it's like, well, we shouldn't be instantly going to that number. We should be smoothing to it. So let's lower the interp speed down. And what it should look like, you can see, yeah, like even with this, if I do that, it should start slow and then speed up to 50 kilometers an hour, but it doesn't. It keeps fighting around 11 or whatever number. So I don't know, maybe if I like change the frame rate, maybe that might, if that fixes it or changes something, that's gonna be... Okay, well, she seems to just go faster when the frame rate's lower. So that's definitely not good, but essentially finterp doesn't seem to work like at all with this kind of thing. So I'm not sure if that's gonna be the solution, but there's another thing I'm thinking of trying with lerp that I really don't wanna try, but I might have to. Are those clouds new? Oh yeah, so don't mind the sky. I can't actually use this in the game. It's just some picture I found on Google. I'm not going to put this in the build. It's just like I just wanted to test it, you know, because I'm getting really bored of the default skybox. And I was like, man, you know what'd be cool? Cube maps. But then Unreal kind of doesn't do cube maps. So I was like, oh, well, so that's why you get this kind of warping effect at the top. So I did my best to try and implement like a custom skybox, because I thought I really love to do that for this game instead of just using procedural things. Like, I feel like to get the look I want, procedural might not be the way. I think I want something like handcrafted. And of course I don't have the time right now to make one, so I just grabbed a cube brush image to use at the moment, just for my own entertainment. I'm not going to really sit with this texture in, of course, because it's not my texture. But I thought, yeah, let's just do an art test, kind of, and see how it looks. And then I realized that I kind of need a very specific image format to pull this off correctly. So, yeah, so it's kind of a work in progress. I mean, if you don't look up, it looks fine for the most part, if you ignore the watermark. So I'm not too fussed. I did do a test on the other level, however. See if I could get that open. I did do a test on Skyport to see how it would look there too, and I liked it. I thought it was pretty okay, but I have to work on it more, of course. So yeah, I've like, just as an art test, while I'm working on other stuff, I was like, let's see how that skybox looks with some different lighting in this level, and it looked a lot closer to the vision I wanted. But of course, I'll have to make my own skybox at some point. But if we can, like, I'll climb up to a nice vantage point and show you what that looks like. I've also done, I don't know if I mentioned on last stream too, but I've made a lot of changes to the double jump, which I'll show you guys that in a minute. I'll just get to a good vantage point. Let me minimize that. I don't know if anyone else has that thing where if you have a blueprint open in the background, the game just runs terribly. So I always have to remember to minimize my blueprints whenever I test something out. Because then it like, you know, I get like 30 FPS and it's like, ooh, it's horrid. I can get to a better vantage point than this. Hold on. Let's go. Let's go for a climb. Yeah, I'm just kind of using some bugs as well to get up these crates. There's a climbing kind of exploit at the moment where you can kind of infinitely climb. But yeah, we get to like here, you know, I looked at this and I was like, you know, yeah, maybe I should paint my own skybox. Maybe that would be better than just using, I don't know, the default skybox. So yeah, that's just like a test, you know, to see if the idea would be good. I think it looks a lot better than it used to. If you ignore the really bad image quality, the weird warping effect, and the watermark, of course. Looks vapor. I suppose it does look a bit vaporwavy a bit. I think there was someone a while ago now. Someone had done like this vaporwave themed fan art, which was really cool. And it had like the VHS filter and stuff on it. I thought it was just fantastic. Yeah, Thubi. Yeah, finterp and velocity. It's definitely kind of strange. I'm not quite sure what. I was trying to use it on something else earlier as well, and it just didn't. It was for rotations, and it kind of just didn't work. Did you get any bugs that you thought would work? Like accidental. Hold on, let me read that message again. Did you get any bugs that you thought would work? Like accidental features? I'm trying to figure out what you mean. There's definitely been like a lot of bugs that turned into these little tricks that people would use. But I think the movements, I've changed the movement system so much now from the last build that I'm not sure if people run into the same stuff anymore. There's not too many bugs anyway. Like, from what I remember, there was maybe 3 or 4 serious bugs that we had like maybe 6 months ago. Do I have them? I'm sure I've got them written down somewhere. A lot of them have kind of been mitigated though for redoing a lot of the code. Like there was that infinite. I don't know. I'm sure someone. I think I might have talked about this bug a few streams ago, but I know that someone has definitely uploaded it. If I search Project Feline bugs, yeah, I think it was this guy's video. Where you can kind of maybe this isn't it actually. Well, I mean that's kind of like this is a really old build, by the way. This is like from 2019. But there was that kind of thing where you could zigzag up walls, which I guess you can still do. Or actually, I don't know. I haven't actually tried it. Let me give that a try. Zigzagging. It's harder now to do. You kind of have to use the double jump because I've made the air control a little less generous now. So you can still do it. I think that's the move that probably should stay, but it's definitely a lot harder to do than it used to be in this build. I wonder if he's going to do the bug though, because there was that infinite momentum problem that I think I've now fixed. And it's interesting because I now have the same problem. Like the bug is the same technically because I have this velocity thing, and if I uncap it, it looks like it's the same bug, but it's actually a different, because it's different code, and it's causing a similar effect. But now that the system is just fundamentally different, it's kind of, I don't know if you could even call it a bug, because it's actually doing exactly what I told it to. And it's also, I kind of design-wise thought, yeah, let's make it able to do that. So I guess it's not a bug, because it is intentional, but it wasn't until after I actually programmed it that I thought, maybe this shouldn't be intentional. So I guess, I don't know, it depends on how you define a bug. But I suppose like the infinite momentum, I guess the old bug is dead, but we have a new bug now. Or maybe an issue. That's more of maybe an appropriate word. I don't know if this guy does it though in this video, but there was a bug where you could just hug a wall. Yeah, I don't think this guy does it. This isn't the bug. This isn't the infinite wall jump bug. This is just some guy being good at the mechanics, doing the zigzag move. Why do I have freaking Ryan's World when I search Project Feline bug? What is... Oh, it's bug facts with Ryan. Wow, that's just great. I'm trying to find stuff that's not one of my own videos, but... Okay, we got a bug compilation. Sweet. This is a lot more... Okay, this is the current public build. Yeah, I think he's trying to do it here. Yeah, it's this one. I think he's almost got it. He's struggling a little bit, but he's trying to do the bug. He needs a bigger wall. He's doing it on the wrong wall. You gotta get a very tall wall. Yeah, like right, like there. I know the frame rate's horrible, but it's like, yeah, you used to be able to just hug walls and just the velocity would actually exponentially increase, and you could actually go flying at like thousands of kilometers an hour. So yeah, that's now gone. I don't know what these other ones are. He's talking about an infinite jump bug, but that's actually a secret thing that I put in on purpose. So I don't know. Maybe people thought that was a bug too. But anyway, enough of me looking at bugs. That's kind of not what I'm focusing on at the moment anyway. But that is an interesting question. But mainly, yeah, because a lot of... It doesn't happen as often anymore. I guess because I've worked on the game a bit longer now. But in the earlier days, yeah, everyone would report bugs left and right. But I'm not terribly worried about fixing them right now, because that's usually something you do kind of closer to the end. Like that would be something you do for like beta testing. Because the idea is, if it's still in pre-production and if there's bugs, if you try and, like, let's say that infinite wall, the one I was just talking about, the old infinite momentum glitch, because I still have it in my Trello, is something I need to tick off, but I've technically fixed it. Like, I've removed that code altogether. So it's like, if I had bothered to fix that code back then, it wouldn't have mattered, because yes, I would have fixed that bug, but then I would have replaced all of the code, like, in a matter of months. So that bug fix kind of would have been a waste of time if you kind of follow my drift, because that's kind of, in pre-production and alpha, that's kind of what, that's just how it is. So that's why a lot of people just leave that to the end, after they've actually coded everything. And I've gone, okay, now we know we're not going to add new stuff, we're not going to change fundamentally how any systems work. Now let's fix it, you know? So that's why I'm not terribly concerned right now, but I'm sure there's like probably going to be heaps of new stuff that people will probably find. It's nice to kind of keep in the back of your head, I guess. So that's like something I try and just keep in the background and pay attention to, but it's not a primary focus. So this other solution I'm thinking, I don't like, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to use the alpha from this number, plug it in. I'm not sure if lerp is the right node I want to be using, but I'm going to try it anyway. I'm going to do 1400, and we're going to plug that in here. Because yeah, finterp works in every other thing that's not like either in tick or in velocity. Or maybe, no, that's not right. It should work in tick, but it just doesn't work with velocity for whatever reason. So let's try this. Okay, this is more like it now. It's a bit sensitive, but it's got the spirit. So this is what I was expecting it to do. Like, let's say I don't have any... Actually, I just want to check on something. 1 second. Because there's a number in here. Okay, so there's no min traversal. Okay, because I did have a minimum speed, which I think I might get rid of. But if I just start wall running, I do start moving very slowly, but then I gradually increase, which is exactly kind of what I want. But let's see if that works the other way around though. Like, if I go really, really fast, does it slow me down? I actually don't know. So if I were to set this number to like 700, I'll have to like get a custom number in there, of course. Like, well, not a custom number. What am I saying? A variable. I'm going to need a variable for that, which I might already have. But if I start doing that, okay, it does slow me down. Okay, sick. So that's kind of more what I was thinking, you know, like instead of having it at a cap speed, because then what happens is if you're going faster than the maximum and you hit a wall, you just instantly lose some of that speed and it hurts. Like, it physically hurts to watch. So I don't want that happening. But if it's smoother, I can solve the infinite momentum problem and still make it feel good at the same time, which is, I think, better than the old solution. So let's plug in max traversal. I'm not sure if I'm even going to need minimum anymore. I'm not sure why I added that. Maybe that would come in handy, but I'm not sure if I would ever need a minimum. Yeah, like that's looking all right. It's just that the curve is very you know, it's like, I need this alpha number. Actually, I should probably check while we're here if this is going to change depending on the frame rate I'm running the game at. Because that's something I'm like hyper vigilant about now. It looks to be the same. Yeah, that feels the same at 20 FPS and at 60. Because yeah, that's ever since starting the momentum system, that's something I'm hyper vigilant on now, where it's like, okay, I've made this system. Will this work on a different frame rate that's not 60? And that has been the bane of a lot of late nights and early mornings, and yeah. But it's like, you know, I'm thinking, because people have asked, right? They've gone like, Ray, you know, if Bethesda don't even pay that much attention to frame rate problems, should you? And I'm just thinking, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe I shouldn't worry if this behaves at the same frame rate or whatever. But in my head, it's like, no, it's gotta, if it's a movement game, I feel like I gotta make an effort to make that consistent. I don't want it to be one of those games where you need to have VSync on for it to for it to function. So I do my best. I'm not sure if I'll get it right though. There's probably gonna be some problem when I eventually release this, but I try. So let's look at this alpha value. So I want to be able to have like a speed, right? Maybe I should also clamp this number actually, because there's something I've noticed about alpha, this number, that is very strange. That alpha can go past 1. And it might not seem weird, but when I think about what I use it for, I'm like, oh, actually, yeah, that is kind of weird that it can go past 1. Like, so if I like times 5 the number I'm putting in there, I'll be able to go 5 times as fast, like so. And I'm thinking, how does it know to keep adding speed after? Because this number is just a float, right? And I'm thinking, how does it? Because B isn't. That's at a set. Like, if I set B to 0 or like 1, it shouldn't go past B, right? So, like, how does it know what's... yeah, well, at the moment, it just kind of goes the opposite direction. So this needs to be clamped at 1, which I thought it would do that already, but I thought alpha would already be limited to 1, because I don't know how you can have an alpha of 2 or 3. I just don't really understand it, but I could sort of see how that might come in handy sometimes, but I don't want it going past 1. So if I fix that... okay, well, there's a problem. If I set the speed too high, she goes backwards. Of course. Well, why is that? Oh, it's because I didn't plug that number back in. Silly me. But essentially, this now should allow me to kind of adjust how fast she accelerates to her maximum. So it should be pretty fast now. Actually, what speed did I just plug in? Did I set in max speed? Okay. What if I change this to 100? Because sometimes, depending on the numbers you set, it can either be good or not. So I think max speed, it should be like at 39 kilometers an hour. That should be like the number it goes to. It seems to be going to it instantly at the moment. So 100 is very fast. Let's do 0.5. So it should now very slowly trickle down. It seems to be a bit too slow there. But if I start from nothing, it should slowly... yeah, okay, so maybe 2. Let's try that. Okay, so this is acting a bit nicer. So yeah, I think maybe 1 even. Well, that'd be a good speed maybe. But I want to be able to change it, you know. Okay, well maybe we'll pick a high. Let's just pick 5 because I want to test it when you're going faster. Because it seems like the more you deviate from that max speed, it kind of takes a little longer to get to the clamped value, right? Okay, 5's a bit too fast. Maybe 2 is a good number after all. Because I want to see how fast I can go. I'm going to turn on infinite jumping. So I can, like, really try and gain some speed. It's harder to gain speed now as well, because I've made some changes to the movement that just make it a little harder. That's mainly just so it's not as exploitable for the most part. You know what? I need a level with a ramp. That's what I need. That's the most efficient way to gain speed now. It's going down a ramp. So if I were to go down this ramp, start wall running, it should, yeah, it slows me down to 39, but it still lets me keep some of the speed, right? So let's try that again at 1.5. Just want to sort of feel these numbers. It's got infinite jumping on to shortcut through this. So if I like slide down this. Yeah, that felt... oh, sorry, I was looking at the speedometer. I should really be looking at the character. I was just watching to see if the number was behaving properly. But that does feel nicer than just a hard cap. So I think maybe... hell, did I just solve... okay, I think I might have just solved the problem. That was quick. I thought that would take a couple more hours to figure out. Did you add cheat codes? Oh, no. I haven't added cheat codes, but I have added cheats. That's actually in the current build. I'm a bit... I didn't mention it, because it kind of ruins it if you mention it. But there is a cheat in the game that lets you infinitely jump. That is in the build I had from 6 months ago. It's in there. I think only like 5 people I know have found it. Maybe more who haven't said anything. But I feel like there's got to be no more than like 10 or 20 people. Maybe more. No, I'd say 10. I don't know how many people have played it. But I reckon maybe 10 of you guys probably know how to unlock that. But it's in there. So yeah, go digging. Go exploring. I'm sure you'll find it in the game. So yeah, you saw backwards Gabby and flying Gabby, indeed. Oh yeah, I do have to credit Hex for that idea though. I was like, I can't remember. I was having you playtest it, and then you said, I can't remember how we got on the topic, but I remember you said something like, wouldn't it be cool if like you put in like something to like, I think we were looking at one of the levels that I had like worked on a little bit, and you were like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if like you hid something in there? And I'm like, oh, it would be cool. And I was like, what could I program that literally takes like 5 minutes? And then I programmed in infinite jumping. It took maybe 8 minutes, not 5, but hell, it's if it took more than that, I probably wouldn't have bothered. Oh, thanks, Tommy K. Thanks for the kind words, my man. Yeah, I remember I think I had infinite jumping like just enabled from my editor because we were testing out something. But yeah, then it kind of became a little cheat that you could turn on. And yeah, you can also like once you have it unlocked, you can kind of turn it off and on. The only thing is that I should really put out like an update where because I have to have this text on the screen that says infinite jump enabled, so that when people do like speedrun videos, it's like very obvious that they have a cheat turned on. Because if you don't have an indicator, you could like do a infinite jump like right before you hit a wall and gain speed, and if people don't know that cheat exists, they might not even notice that they're getting that advantage. And I think I had this in like the left of the screen, but I want to put out some update where it's in the middle, because people can crop stuff in the video, right? So it's just better if it's in the middle of the screen, because then it's like, okay, yeah, you're using this cheat, which is fine. But if you want to like do a speed, because there's some serious guys in the Discord that have still been going at speedrunning. They're still talking about it like this year, even trying to get times. And I'm sure that of any of these guys, it's like, if you got a cheat turned on, you know, you got to declare that stuff in advance. You know, it's only fair, I feel like. So that's why I've kind of got that indicator on the screen for it. But yeah, that was a fun little thing. I don't know if I'll maybe add more cheats when I have the time, but yeah. Have it bounce around like a DVD player. Yeah, that might be a pretty funny idea. Maybe I can like have a cheat that's like a DVD overlay. You know what I thought would be really cool? Hold on, let me just create some variables for this, because this is like, I think this is done. I just need to clean this up because this is like getting a bit messy. So if we can remove this now, and I need to figure out where this should plug in. So while I clean that up, I'll tell you about this. I thought this would be so cool if I could do this. I don't know how to do it, or if I should, but I thought it'd be really cool if I could have some kind of like CRT filter. That I thought that would be really sick, because I grew up, some of the first games I played were on a CRT. And I'm like, man, you know, this, because I'm actually trying to find one. I'm like, a while ago, my brother and I went driving around all of like the Salvation shops and everything, trying to find old TVs, and we couldn't find a single one. I think like all the collectors have probably got them now, but I really want a CRT, because, you know, playing a PS2 on a HD TV isn't the same as playing it on a CRT. And I thought, you know, it'd be really like, I don't know if like kids today will appreciate it, but I thought, man, it would be so cool if like I could make this, if I had some kind of extra setting where I could make this look like it was running on a CRT, because I think it's just because that's when I first played a video game. When I first sat down at my friend's house and played the Lego Star Wars demo disc, it was on a CRT, and it just felt magical. And every time I see like that, when I hook my PS2 up, even just the difference between HDMI and like component, I can see a difference. And the component I just feel nostalgic for, even if it's like playing on a HD TV, but it'd be way cooler if it was also on a CRT. So I thought, if there's some kind of visual post-processing I can find or program that gets the look of like an analog video signal, damn, that would be so cool. But it's not very high on the bucket list at the moment for obvious reasons, because I don't think anyone's really gonna care. But I thought it'd be cool. I thought, man, that would be like, it would make the game feel more magical for me. But I don't know. I don't really know anything about how analog video signals work or how to emulate one. I did recently find, though, that there are these things that people get. It's like a CRT scanline filter. I think it's like some hardware thing that they plug in, and it kind of puts these scan lines. But there's a bunch of other... It's more than just the scan lines. There's also like this ghosting kind of look to it, and there's color bleeding on the pixels that's done in a specific way. And like, it's actually kind of hard, it looks like. I haven't really seen an analog signal emulated well on a digital display before. But hell, that'd be cool, because I know sure as hell that this game, I can't get my hands on a CRT. They're so hard to find, and I couldn't run this on a console that would be able to plug into a CRT anyway. So it's like, there's no way I'm getting this to run on a CRT. But man, if I could get this run, like if I could have a filter, that'd be cool. But dreams, though. Oh my god, Hex. He has a CRT with an NTSC Genesis. Oh, that's nice. See, the NTSC bit's good because that's at 60 hertz, not 50 hertz. So it looks even smoother, even though the resolution is slightly worse. But you know what? I kind of prefer that. I know I grew up with PAL, but I kind of look at NTSC a bit more, you know? I don't know. For me, it just looks smoother, like, than a digital display, even at 60 frames. Is it feasible to use booleans with double jumping? It's kind of. It's sort of done with booleans and also with floats, but a combination of the two. Yes. Basically, there's actually just a boolean for this. If you're wondering about the infinite jump, that's just a boolean. But then when the boolean's not turned on, if I turn that to false, it still keeps track of. I can only do one jump, and to do that, I need an int to track how many jumps I've done, and a boolean or like a branch to check it against a maximum and go, hey, have we jumped more than our maximum? Oh, we haven't? Okay, let's double jump. Oh, we have? Okay, let's not double jump. And that's basically how the code works there. Let me just think for a moment. Okay, so speed. Sorry, I just got really... Man, CRTs, man, those are cool. I miss CRTs. I wish I have a picture of me. There's like a picture of me and my brother, and we have one in the background. It's like from when we were like 5 years old. And I was like, man, we shouldn't have thrown that out, because it's like, oh, I would have cherished it now if I understood how valuable that would have been to me 20 years in the future. But, you know, we all make mistakes. Okay, so let me just think for a moment. Okay. Yeah, so like some of that double jumping stuff I'm sure is in here, by the way. So like tensor other yeah, so there's that jumping count, and then there's the boolean for infinite aerial jump, which is just the cheat. So if I turn that on, I don't know if it'll actually, okay, it'll automatically switch off because it actually checks the settings on start and sees that this is turned off, and it'll, yeah. But that's that boolean. But I need another variable. I need... It's in here somewhere. I need to get rid of the variable, because I don't think I'll... Actually, you know what? Maybe I might need it. Maybe. You know, yeah, screw it. I'll keep it in. I was gonna say, I might undo some of that stuff. Okay, because what I'm thinking, right? I'm just curious if it's not too much effort, I might try and program it. But I'm thinking, just for utility's sake, it probably would be handy to have a min and max speed for the wall run. But for this case, I might just set the maximum to 0. Or, you know, no, that's not right. Let me think about it. I'm trying to think if there's a way where I can have this functionality in case I want to use it, but also have it behave with this thing. Because I'm thinking it'd be nice if I wanted to, I could set a minimum where it's like, if you run on a wall without any velocity, you know, it'll move you a little bit, right? Like I think it does that now. Like if I turned off the minimum, it would like not do that. So I think a minimum, like maybe that'd be a good idea to keep just for utility's sake. Hold on, let me think for a moment. But then if I have it set to 0, right, it'll just ignore it, you know, in case I want it to be kind of unlimited. I'm just trying to think if I should bother trying to implement that or not. Because I have a minimum and maximum, and I'm using the maximum for 2 things at the moment. I've got them as well for the height, which I think is probably a good idea to keep for the height value. So if it's for the height value, I should probably keep it for the speed, for the horizontal value too, or the speed value, just on principle, you know. Question is how to implement that with the lerping. You know, yeah, what I might do actually is because there's another thing too in here somewhere. There's a input direction, and there's something I want to use it for that I haven't programmed yet, but I want it so that if I'm running on a wall, because I used to have it where if you released the input, you'd stop wall running, but now I kind of want it so that if I release the input, I go to 0 speed, but still stay on the wall. Because I'm thinking, you know, that might be a nice little thing to do. But at the moment, it'll just check if I'm pressing the input at the start of the wall run, and then it won't care for the rest. It'll just keep moving me. So maybe I should focus on that first, actually. So I did need to make that acceleration. So we'll call this surface. We'll call this traversal acceleration, and then we'll call this like rate at which actor changes speed while traversing surface. Make that a float. Make it instance editable. And we'll put this up here somewhere in this category because there's max speed. Should I put it before speed? Maybe I should. Maybe I'll put it underneath. Yeah, so I'll put it there. Let me like see how that looks, because I have a huge list of like this list on the left, on the right, it looks like this, and there's a lot of variables. I'm gonna need to get rid of some of them, I think, like the traversal direction. That kind of doesn't do anything now. So yeah, a lot of these vectors here can go, but I'm gonna leave them in case it breaks for the moment. But there's where is that one I just made? Oh, I've got to compile it. That's why. It should be traverse. Yeah, there we go. Traversal. So we'll make that 2, or we'll set it as 1 for the default. Traversal acceleration, and we'll just plug that in there. Now, this, of course, I would like to clean. I don't want that node stretching way over than it should. So we'll try and line that up and put this here at the moment. I'll have to think about where to put these nodes later, but we'll just keep them here for now. I know this looks like spaghetti, but I'm gonna worry about cleaning that later. I wanted to implement this, use input direction, and I wanted to get the vector length xy. I wanted to use this number over here, and I basically want it so that the b that it lerps to is multiplied by that. I think that should be what I want, where I basically take how are we going forward or sideways, and if not, like if that value is 0, then we won't move forward, but if it's 1, then we'll move at that speed. That should do, I feel like that should do it, right? Okay, yes, that seems to be doing it. So if I let go of, yeah, look at that, that's pretty nice. But I only want it to accelerate that alpha, however, that will still go up, even if the input is 0, which is not good. So that's why I don't like lerp, because the alpha, I just hate this. I do not like the alpha variable. I don't like it. Because I'm thinking, man, if this was finterp, I wouldn't have to worry about that. It would just work, but you can't use finterp here for whatever reason. But yeah, so for those who kind of don't follow what's going on, I gotta get Gabby's blueprint open. This might be a Gabby thing. So I need to go to, here she is, everyone. Say hi to Gabby. Say hi viewers. I would make her wave, but I can't control her rig in this view. But there's Gabby, everybody. So in Gabby's blueprint, there's, I don't want to change it on the base blueprint because Gabby's might be set to a different value. But I do have a number in here that sets how long she could wall run for. I think it's called duration. Like surface traverse duration or max duration. I can't remember exactly. It should be in here though. Yeah, here we go. Max horizontally. So max, and I think that is not the default. So I want to set that to 5. I think I had it at 1.2, was it? Yeah. So I'll copy that to my clipboard and just set 5. So that way I can wall run for a bit longer to show you guys this. So of course, yeah, because I've made the duration longer, it takes her more time to get to her max speed. But if I let go of my input stick and then engage it again, that alpha is still going up, which means it's still trying to lerp to this speed. And I feel like the alpha should reset. That's what I'm thinking, right? So it means I'm gonna need to, maybe I'll need another float. Oh, I don't want to make more variables, but I might have to. I know it looks like spaghetti. It's gonna get fixed later. There's no point in fixing it now because I'm gonna change a lot of stuff. But you guys know me, okay? I never leave my code in a mess. Look at all this other stuff. Look how clean this is. So you guys know me. You know that I'm not gonna leave it as a big spaghetti monster. You know, I don't run from a fight with a spaghetti monster. It's just at the moment I can't fight this spaghetti monster right now because I gotta prepare for the spaghetti monster fight, and that's what this is. And once this is set in place, then I can fight the spaghetti monster and win, and be the spaghetti champion. So I need another float. Essentially, yeah. Let me. I'm not even gonna bother naming it right now because I actually don't know if this will work, so I'm not gonna bother making it pretty. If it does work, then I'll worry, but I'm not convinced this will work, but let's try it. So I'm gonna copy kind of how this system works here, but this one can be, because this, I can't change this number because this is being used over here and that needs to stay the same. Or does it actually? No, actually, you know what? Yeah, it probably does. I shouldn't touch what that number does. But this number, however, I should be able to change. So this, I'm gonna need this guy. I'm gonna need to borrow vector length. I need to check if it's more than 0. And if it is, we'll select it. If it's more than 0, then increment it. But if it's not, set it to 0. That should like that should do it, right? Hopefully. Let's plug you down in here now and see what happens. Dunno. We'll see what goes on, eh? All right. Well, it's just the duration's very long. That's all. But I should like start going very slow when I re-engage the input. Yeah, so that's the idea. Actually, let me just, for the acceleration, I'm gonna for Gabby, we're gonna change it. So for Gabby's blueprint, we're gonna tell her to accelerate a bit faster. We'll go to the Feline suit and say, hey, acceleration, we'll do 1.5. Or, you know what, we'll do 2. That seems like a good number. All right, well, that's a problem. If I set it to something that's higher than 1, she just keeps moving forward. That's not what I want. I don't want that moving forward. Why is that happening? Okay, I think I can see why now. Or, no, you know what? I just realized. Because if that's 0 times whatever number should return 0. So that should... Okay, well that shouldn't be happening. If I let go of... Yeah, I'm letting go of the input. If I re-engage it, like, the way that it starts accelerating again is correct. But, something's not right. It seems to not care as well whether I go forward or backwards, but I'm not terribly worried about that right now. Okay, now it's working. So you can see, now it works a bit better now. Before, if I like started warning stopped and then started again, I would accelerate quicker, but now it accelerates at the same speed no matter when along that journey I start the wall run, which is good. The only problem is that it doesn't seem to kick in consistently, like just then, for example. I mean, like it feels like it's accelerating, right? It's just for sometimes, like there, I shouldn't be. I don't have the inputs. I'm not touching WASD. It shouldn't be doing that. But okay, yeah, so what should be happening is if I let go of WASD, I should come to a full stop, but I don't sometimes. Sometimes I do, but sometimes I don't. And I'm like, hold on, that's not okie dokie. So what's going on? So if its vector length is more than 0, then it should be incrementing it, which is good. But if it's B, then it should go to 0. And then if it goes back to A again, it should count up from 0, which it seems to be doing sometimes, but not in certain cases, which is odd. Huh. Can you interpolate the alpha? Well, that's kind of like, I guess that's kind of what I am doing. I'm not interpolating the alpha. I'm setting, what's the word I'm looking for here? I mean, I'm trying to think of how to word it. Well, what I am doing though is what I want to happen is when I let go of the input stick, the alpha gets reset back to 0 and then starts going up again. If that's what that's what I am trying to do. If that's what you were trying to say. But it seems to only work half the time. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is I might need to whip out the old controller for this one. Just to kind of understand how it works in relation to input, because I can't like put down a half. There's no analog input on my keyboard. Okay, well on controller it's like it's actually like on controller it's fine, which is that's weird. Actually no, it's not, because I'm not pressing it right now and I'm still going forward. But it's at least behaving a little bit like the way I want, because that way, you know, you get kind of some control, right, over... because it seems like whenever it hits 0, it seems to kind of forget what this vector length is. I think that's what's happening. Maybe if I equals to 0 instead. I'll swap these around. Just to kind of make sure that it absolutely... What's going on? Okay, well, it's still moving forward. I mean, okay, oh, right, okay, wait a second. Oh. I mean, it's... oh, okay, it is working. It's just, there's something I didn't account for. Oh, okay, so it is working. It's just, it's this number that's actually the problem. it goes back to this speed, and it should actually go not to that speed. So I need to reset the velocity of X, because it's just going back to whatever this number was, which is, that's why it keeps going back at, like if I come at it with a running start and let go of W, it just goes at whatever speed I was going before I hit the stick. But if I have no input at all, it returns back to the speed I was at the point of impact, which was really small in this case. So that's why. Okay, so it is working. It's just this number. How am I gonna sort that out? I need to set surf, or I do this. Well, if alpha is gonna be okay, so then it's A that I want to change. And A, I just select, and if that is, I know this is spaghetti, but I'm gonna just forgetty about it, okay? Don't worry about the spaghetti. Just worry about it's function before form at the moment. So if that is true, then we want B to be that number and A to be 0. Okay, this might actually work. Said every programmer ever. Actually, no, that does work. Oh my god. Can you believe the odds of that? It's so rare for something to work when you say that it should work. Am I right? There's only one problem. Yeah, so this still isn't quite what I want, because I can accelerate very quickly still. So, let me think for a second. Yeah, so that's what surface traversal velocity X is. That's our speed at the point at which we touch the wall. The only thing is, yeah, so this actually needs to be reset. That's what needs to happen. So this number needs to be... Yeah, okay, so I can't use that solution I've just done. So I'm gonna have to like set surface traversal velocity. And I'm gonna need to set it to 0. Just on the X though. Because we want the up and down to be unaffected. But essentially we'll do this before we set this. I guess we'll do something, I don't know. I'm just spitballing. Does Y get set to anything? Let me just double check where I set this value. Okay, I do set this value. Give me a sec to think. Yeah, actually, no, that should be fine. So, so this is going to be B. And then that's going to be that. And we'll, yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll give that a shot. See how that goes. Whip out the old controller. Okay. Let's try this at different speeds. The acceleration feels a bit more jarring than I remember it being, but it behaves very consistently though. So that's good. Let's try this going like at no speed. Okay, yeah, it's a bit, I think it's just the camera FOV changing that's making this feel a bit jarring, but yeah, that's working. Pretty crazy. So it resets back. If my joystick is 0, it'll reset the velocity, which is what I want. So that's good. it stops very abruptly though. So I don't know. Is there something I can do about that? I wonder. So yeah, can I interp the alpha? Well, maybe it's not the alpha. Not exactly. But maybe. No, actually, maybe that is what I'm trying to do. But I just thought, hey, you know, because it's just a bit abrupt, you know. So maybe if I actually, I don't know if that'll. I don't know if that'll work actually. Nah. Because I was thinking of like do this, but for the change to kind of make that smoother. But I don't think that'll work. So I'll just leave it for the moment, and I'll just like let's just play it and see if it feels right. So I can essentially like start and stop on the wall. It just would, yeah, it would be nice though if it was a little smoother for slowing down. Well, actually, no, wait, hold on. Something's not right. I think what should be happening is whatever the current speed is, I don't know how to put this. When she slows down, maybe if I change the acceleration, if I make that smaller, I don't know if that'll actually affect it. No. The deceleration. Okay, yeah, because this should also be affecting her when she slows down, and it's not because of the way I've set it up. Because I'm changing the alpha, when I don't think that's what I should be doing. Well, no, that's not quite right. The alpha should be being reset, but no, no, I think I see the problem. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be able to fix that very easily. I might need to spend some more time thinking about that, but we sort of got something. So let me change Gabby's wall run duration back to the proper value, because I had it set up really high. Max duration is in here somewhere. Oh, where did I put? Oh, there's so many variables. Wait, no, that wasn't it. Traversal height, traversal magnetism, traversal inertial multiplier, surface climb speed. It's gonna be up the top here somewhere. Detection delay, detection angle, detection radius. No, come on, I'm probably looking right at it and I just can't notice it. Traversal acceleration, speed, height, bias, magnetism, duration. Oh no, yeah, I was staring it right in the face. It's right here. So it was 1.2 from memory. Was what so that's a second and a little bit, 20 milliseconds of how long the wall run lasts. Okay, well that's feeling nice. It's just the camera is really slow. Oh no, now it's fine. Oh, how did I get the camera to be that slow before? Something was going on there. Yeah, just there, the camera rotation was really slow. Yeah, that is weird. Oh, it's like... Hold on, how do I do that? That's okay. The camera's, the rotation is, it like slows down when I'm not moving. And I try it, yeah, that's really strange. I wonder if does it do that for the mouse? No, it doesn't do it for the mouse. I can turn like all the way around. But for the joystick, it doesn't like let me turn the whole way. It does when, hold on, how did I do that? Yeah, like there, I'm trying my hardest. I'm pushing the stick as far back as I can and it's not letting me look behind me. That's so weird. Huh. Speaking of which, there's some more, I made some changes to the camera that I don't think I've talked about yet. I need a level to test this on. Okay, the test level. So this is mainly for like joystick people, because This has been bothering me for ages, and like the other day I just thought, screw it, I'm going to implement it. So I'll turn on the nice smoothing stuff. I have like this auto look centering implemented now. I don't have an option to turn it off at the moment, but it's for controller, it feels really nice. So if I'd like look around somewhere and then start running, the camera, that's not me doing that, that's it doing it by itself. The camera will automatically look, like recenter itself to the ground. And then when I wall run, the camera will automatically start facing towards parallel to the wall. So like, the thing is that it's supposed to let me move the camera a bit. Yeah, so because what happens is if I move the camera, it waits for like half a second and then it recenters again. But it seems to not work when I look towards the wall now for whatever reason. It seems to keep wanting to auto center. It only works when I look away from the wall. So that's kind of weird. But yeah, essentially I can like move the camera freely and then after a few seconds it'll auto adjust again. Like that. So I thought that was like kind of neat. I've also got that auto rotating as well that I implemented in the last build where if she runs with a controller, she'll go in circles, which I think it just makes steering a lot more comfortable because I can basically turn the character and look in a different direction without having to touch the right stick, which is, yeah. Because I noticed that like when I brought console people over to play this, and again, I don't know if I'll release on console per se, but I think controller support is kind of nice there. And when I had this friend over who's not really much of a gamer, but he knows how to use a joystick. But I brought him over to play this like, it must have been like a year or two ago now, and he would literally be looking at the floor half the time because he just didn't pay attention to the look stick. And I'm like, dude, you're supposed to use the look stick. And he like never used it. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe the camera should just move itself, maybe. So yeah, you can see here, if I start wall running, she'll automatic. Oh yeah, then there's this thing too that I was trying to work on today, where if she runs up a hill, it'll auto center kind of to angle towards the floor as well. And that's mainly beneficial for going downhill more than uphill really. But yeah, so if I start going downhill, like that's not me doing that manually, that's the camera doing that on its own. I'll go to like maybe another hill. Like if I like go to these downhill bits here, if I start sliding, see how the camera like tilts down? That's like completely automatic. And I was really happy when I implemented that because I have a bunch of footage of me testing this with a slide, but I had this problem because the camera would always clip into the floor because the angle was like on some of the ramps the angle is really steep and like you start sliding and the camera like clips in like that and it gets really close and it's like, God, it just looks bad. I don't want the camera doing that. So now the camera will not do that anymore. It'll auto adjust. So I thought that, especially with the new sliding features built in, I thought, yeah, it's probably going to be an important thing to add. So I think one of the best ramps in the game is this little one here. So if I start sliding down that, see the camera just kind of follows you nicely without me having to touch the look stick. So yeah, then if I wanted to climb, the camera would recenter. If I wanted to wall run, the camera would... So yeah, so all this camera movement you're seeing, and it's kind of crazy because a lot of the games I've played all have stuff like this, but I just never noticed. And I was having my brother in here the other day to test the system, and he didn't. I was like, "Hey, yeah, check this movement out," and he played around with it, and he didn't mention anything about the camera until I said something. And I was like, "Okay, well, if it's good, but it's like you don't even notice, then that's like in some circumstances that's honestly like the best because good design most of the time is invisible. So it's like if it just does what you want without you even having to think, then it means that it's probably good. Because you don't want it where you notice, like for this kind of thing, I feel like if you notice it, it kind of is like, it gets in your way. But if you don't notice it, because it just does what you want, and you don't even think about it, then I think that's probably good, because it's just acting as you expect it to, and you don't even notice it because it's so expected that it doesn't even register to you, because of course it should do that. But if it doesn't do that, Like when I had my other friend, like, you know, looking at the ground, that's when I started noticing stuff, and he kept getting lost too. So he was noticing when there was no auto correction. But now that there's no auto correction, I don't think, hell, I've been streaming for how long now, and I don't think anyone noticed, because that I've been streaming for an hour and a half, and I don't think anyone noticed those changes until I just mentioned them. So yeah, so it's a invisible improvement, but I think it makes a big difference. Because you might not feel it when it's there, but you definitely will if it's not. You know, it's like one of those things. So yeah. Now, I'm trying to think what else I need to fix here, because I've kind of got this. Oh yeah, there's something else about the input that I want to change. Because I want it with the input stick, because at the moment, I'll stay on the wall unless I move towards it or away from it. So if I start moving, if I start wall running, and then if I let the stick go, I just stop moving. But if I move the stick to the... what direction? If I move it like away from the wall, she'll get off, which is good. I want that to happen. But it also does it when I move towards the wall, like that, which I don't think should... That just feels kind of like, hold on, that shouldn't happen. If I like move towards the wall like this, I feel like I should stay on the wall. So I want to try and see if I can get that working next. And also, yeah, if I move backwards, once I'm on the wall, and if I move backwards, I can accelerate, which that's another problem too. So well, let's chip away at those, shall we? I might need to extend Gabby's duration again, wall run duration. Yeah, so we'll make that, we'll like multiply it by 2? No. Multiply it by 4. That should do it. So now I can run on walls for much longer so I can test this thing. Because yeah, it feels weird that I can like move into the wall and she like gets off it, and then moving away, yeah, like if she moves away from the wall, I could totally, that makes sense. But moving towards the wall or moving backwards should stop me. So let's see if I'm sure that there's a way we can get that happening too. Again, and yeah, after this is all like working, I'm gonna then worry about organizing it and cleaning it up. Oh yeah, I guess yeah, on a straight wall you wouldn't, actually no, you would notice, because even on this straight wall, the camera, yeah, like I wasn't touching the camera just now, it just automatically rotated it on its own. I guess maybe people thought that was me doing that. Ooh. I'm gonna turn off, I'll turn off smoothing actually, that's better. Whee. Okay. I'm trying to think how I'm gonna tackle this. So I'm gonna have to use that input direction. I'm gonna need to check a few things with it, I think. And I think maybe I can do this here. Because yeah, I've got this little function I use to check a bunch of stuff. Well, actually no, that's not worded right. I use this to check your input direction against the wall. But I do use this in a lot of places, like more than one place. I use this here and I use it up here somewhere. But I feel like this method, I should be able to have it so that it can know the way we're pointing and go, okay, well, that's sort of like what is happening at the moment. But the range is, I'll have to work on, maybe it's just the min and max range value that I need to worry about. So maybe it's just, maybe it does already what I want. It's just like the range is kind of not as generous as I was hoping. So what I should probably do though, is actually figure out what this number is, because that would be handy. So let's go, put that in there. So then I can actually see, because I don't really know what all the math does, but if I look at what the numbers are, I can kind of understand it. So I think 90. Okay, so if I'm facing this way, that's 0. Like, here's the wall. If I'm facing this way, that's 0, that's 90, that's 180. But if I do this, yeah, So, but it's what it's getting. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. So it's getting the input direction. You imagine it as like a joystick, you could say. If I push this forward, but if I'm moving perpendicular to the surface normal, that'll be 90 degrees from the surface normal. Because I know that we're going this way, but the surface normal is pointing outwards like this. So if I then move, oops, I don't want the camera to auto center. But if we like move forward, well, yeah, move forward relative to this, of course, that's gonna be like 0, and that's not what we want. But if I start moving sideways, it's gonna be 90. That should be negative 90 if I move this way, right? Oh no, actually no, it absolutes it. Okay, I might. Oh, let me think. Because would it be? Actually, you know, I just realized maybe if I go backwards. Okay, it seems like no matter which direction I go. Okay. Because it'd be nice if I moved backwards if it read a negative number, but I'm not sure how to do that. I'm sure I'll figure out something. But okay, so now that I know what this number is, let me think. Because what I want it to do is, I want it to work there, and I want it to work there. But if it's like, oh wait a moment. Let's just I'm just gonna return a true here because I don't want to I want to check my surface direction. Yeah, okay, so 180, 0, 90. Just trying to look at those numbers. So if it's within, okay, so if it's less than 90. So I'm just going to unplug these for the moment and just think. So if it's within 0 and 90, we'll try those numbers. Oh, wait a sec. Now it works the opposite way now, so okay, maybe the minimum then should be 90 and the maximum is 360. Or I don't know, what angle was it reading? Oh, it's 180, my bad. Oh, not 280, 180. Okay, this is more like it. So maybe the code I had was working already. It's just I didn't have the right min and max values. Okay, yeah, all right, that makes sense. So what am I plugging in there then? Let me think for a moment. So where is that being going? Where's that going? Because it has to get min and max from somewhere. Compare. Oh, it's this thing. Okay, so that's why. So when is it using A? It's using A when it's going from the side. So that means the min angle 90 and then 180. So I just need to change those and that should do it. Oh, of course I have to plug these back in. So if I plug those back in, it should behave the same as I just had it. Oh, wait nope. Okay, sure. Okay, we got a problem. Now if I move in the wall, it falls off. Well, I did have it set to those numbers just then, didn't I? So this boolean is if we're on the side or if we're facing the wall. That's what that is. So, because A is going to be, I just had those numbers in, didn't I? So if I hard put them in instead of feeding them in, God, if this ends up working, only when I do it hard put them. Okay, now it is still working. So so it works if I hard code them in, but not if I feed them in from a input. Oh no, sorry, I'm silly. I just realized. This is also being called here. So I need to change this. That's why. Okay, now it should work. Yes. Well, hold on. It seems to not really. I might need to. Maybe we'll make this number a little bit higher. Do 135. Oh, maybe I need to make it lower. Maybe I need to make it 35. Because yeah, it's a little punishing, that number. So I need to be looking like actually like pretty far away from the. Okay, that's more like it. Because before, if you were trying to rotate the camera while raw running with that input check in, it would be super finicky. Because if you looked towards the wall, even though you were still pressing forward on the keyboard, you would fall off the wall, and it just felt like bad, you know. So now it's a bit cool because it still gives you flexibility. Because if you let go of the input, you know, you slow down, and if you rotate like towards the wall, it doesn't detach you. But then if you move away from the wall, it lets you fall off, which I think feels better. Like, that's how it should be. So maybe, I thought I'd have to code a lot of new stuff for that, but I guess I already had the infrastructure there. So that's cool. I guess we don't need that print string now. That can't be. Well, there is that other problem, on the other hand, where it doesn't actually care what direction I'm moving in for some of that stuff. So I'm gonna try and illustrate what I mean there. Because yeah, essentially I can move forward, back, or sideways. Like, I'll see if I can show you. I should really have like an overlay of like what key I'm pressing. But if I move forward, I can like move backwards and it still accelerates me. So I don't want you to be able to do that. I feel like if you go backwards, it shouldn't let you move. And if you go sideways, it probably should let you move. Only if you're moving forward that direction. So it's a matter of figuring out like, yeah, so it's like I gotta figure out with this. I shouldn't need to. It's got to be in this function then. It's whatever I do. Let me just like clean that. So it's in the is compare surface input to it. So it's in this function. It's whatever the functionality I'm going to do. It's going to be in here, and I basically need to get it. That's the only thing though. Well, I might need that print string back actually. Let's do 0.2 because I don't want this print staying on screen forever. Oh wait, I need to actually feed it a number. So if I do that, it's gonna read like 90. It always reads like a positive number. I'm trying to think, is there a way I can have this like read a negative number? I wonder, because that input. Actually, let's read the input. Let's read this. I don't know what number this will give me, but it seems to always be positive. Okay. Why is it always positive? Because if y is oh no, because that's the vector length, of course. Vector length is never negative. So that means I can't use the vector length. Or no, that's not quite right. It's like well, what if I just print this number, see if it actually like. Okay, so y can be negative, so that's like, it's good that it knows that a negative number can come from this line. It's just when it goes to normalize, I wonder, actually maybe that's what's doing it. Let's try that. Oh no, because it's negative, now it's positive. Huh, so it's not normalized. It's not what's doing it. I actually don't know what normalize does, but I remember that you needed to use it, so I just put it in there. But this can return negative, and so can this, I think. But then when I put it through this thing, it is always a positive number. And I'm wondering, is there some kind of... Maybe if I do cos D instead of a cos D, I don't know. We'll see what this number gives us, because I don't really know what these do, but I know if the correct combination of nodes will get me what I want. Okay, well that's not this one, that's for sure. But I know that there's got to be something I can do where I can compare the... Because I'm getting the dot product. Actually, what is the dot product? Let me see what that looks like at the moment. I hope I... Okay, so I can get a negative number. Okay, maybe that's what I need. Maybe it's the... It's not the vector length, but it's the fact that the dot product, if it's negative. But the thing is, though, is that it's negative when I... Like, right now it's negative. But if I move the other way, it's positive. Oh, no, it's negative. So it's always negative when I want it doing what I want. But if I am moving backwards... Yeah, so now the input... actually, no. Yeah, so when I'm moving back... Okay, so I need to check if it's not negative. So I've got to check if it's positive. So float more than 0. So I've got to check the dot product if it's more than 0. And I think if it is... No, if it's less than 0, sorry. If it's less than 0, which means if it's negative, then let me warn. But if it's not... Okay, well, actually, that's not quite working. Okay, wait a sec. Hold on. Ah, no. That's not quite right. What's all this about negativity? Look, okay, negativity is good in the right context. Sometimes you need negative numbers. I'm just trying to think. Because it's actually... It's positive when I look away from the wall. Okay, I was misreading that number. It's positive... No, wait. Okay, so if I'm looking kind of parallel to the wall, and if I... Oh, come on. If I move backwards. Okay, so if the camera's facing towards the wall, it'll kind of flip the input direction I get will be negative if I'm looking into the wall. But it'll be positive if I'm looking... Okay. Interesting. That's gonna... Because essentially... So... I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. I need MS Paint. I'm gonna whip out MS Paint for this. So... Here is wall, and this is like a top-down view. Here's Gabby, and she's facing this way. If I move the stick forward, when the camera is... I need to color code this. So let's pick orange. So if I'm moving forward into the wall, like that, then I'm going to get a negative number when I'm moving forward. But if we go with the green, if I'm moving this way, I'm going to get a positive number when this is forward. But it's going to be the opposite when I go backwards. And the reason why that's problematic is that if I'm looking into the wall even slightly, and if I move backwards, it's going to read a positive number. And that's not what I want. I feel like there's got to be a way to account for that. Oh, Aussie Games, my man, it's been a while. How have you been? It has been a while, yeah. Glad to see you in here again. So, actually, what I might do, I might move my chat window up here because I keep having to look down and it's like really hurting my neck. So I'll rearrange these windows. There we go. That's a little better now. Now I don't have to like look down here to read the chat. But yeah, so this is a problem. But I think there might be something I can do where I can get the dot product and basically check, like, if the dot product is negative, then flip the number of the input, maybe? Maybe that'll work. I don't know. We'll try it. So if dot product, is there a way I can check is positive? Or I wonder if I can use this somehow. Let me because if that's always positive, well, no, wait a sec. Wait a minute. So if that's always positive, if the dot product, oh no, wait, no. I can't use that there. What was I thinking? Essentially, because that, okay, let me look at paint. So if it's negative, maybe I use that as like a multiplier for something. I want to get the input direction, vector length, and maybe multiplying that. And I guess I'm just curious what that actually gives us. No, wait, why is it printing? I don't want it to print a number, I want it to print the float. And we'll just like make this true no matter what, so I can freely look around. Oh. So it's true, now it's false, now it's true, false. Oh, I think we're getting somewhere now. I think we're getting somewhere. Kind of. Actually, you know what, maybe we're not. Well, okay, so I think I just gotta add one extra thing here, maybe. And that is if because essentially it's like good, except when I look away from the wall, it just, like, I don't want that to read false. I want that to be true. But it's working when I look into the wall though, because if I move backwards, it reads false. If I move forwards, it reads true, which is good. It's just if I like look slightly away from the wall, it starts reading false, which is like, that's not what I want. So it's like a question of let's like move some of this around. I'll move this up here for now. So if the dot product, so we get the length and times it by the dot product, which will give us like the vector, it'll invert the vector length if the dot product's negative. Let me think. Oh yeah, so I know I'm using a controller to demonstrate this, but this is kind of, it's not just a controller support thing, it's more of a input thing. Because what I'm trying to do with the wall run is give you more freedom with the input. Because at the moment, I've got this kind of working where I can run into a wall, push forward, and then if I let go of the look stick, or keyboard works as well, if I let go of W, I stop. The only problem is I can move in literally any direction and still keep going on the wall, which isn't what I want. But essentially it gives me a lot of control over the speed. And what I did earlier on stream was that I kind of fixed up the momentum bit, where you can actually gain wall run speed and it will kind of it'll manage the speed in a nice way, where it kind of lets you keep a bit of extra speed for a little bit. So that's neat. So it's basically like a dynamically changing wall run speed. I think I codenamed it like Movement 2.0 because the old system is very rigid in comparison. You have like a set wall run speed in the last version, but this is like a lot more flexible. And it just feels better. You get more control over Gabby as she wall runs. And I'm just using a controller at the moment because that's like probably the best thing to test this with at the moment, because I can do analog input. And I can like wall run slowly or fastly, depending on the stick, which you can't do on a keyboard. But input direction, you can visualize it as a look stick or as a WASD keyboard, but it's the same thing, more or less. But I'm trying to, like, based on the input direction, determine your eligibility of being able to stay on that wall. So if you move away, like this way, you fall off, which it happens right now, which is good. The only problem is, like, if I move backwards, I move forwards. which I don't want. I want it that if you move backwards, you don't move. And if you move this way, you don't, I mean, I don't know, you shouldn't really move. I don't think it's only if you're moving forward relative to the wall, I want you to move. And that's what I'm trying to do. With the visualization of this is like how I've tried to visualize it. So, I'm trying to think. Fastly. Did I say that? I don't know. I forget what I say like minutes afterwards, so. It's just tricky because it's a lot of maths and I hate maths a lot with a burning passion, and I've just had to do non-stop maths and physics for the last 3 months, and it's like, God, I hate it. But what if I do it now and if I get it finished, I should never have to touch it again in my life, hopefully. So that's the plan. So because I remember I bought this node out and I can't remember what I was going to do with it. I honestly can't remember what I was going to do with that. But I was going to check something about whether that's positive or not, that number, the dot products. If the dot product is, so the vector input's being multiplied. Okay, let me retrace my steps because I completely forgot what was going on. So if I move into the wall while looking at the wall and moving forward, it's true. If I move backwards, it's false. But if I look away from the wall, it goes the opposite way. Which means... what? It means that... It means... just trying to think. Maybe I gotta let me check what dot product is again. I'm just like, maybe my brain has used all its RAM and now I can't think of anything. So that is positive when I look away. So that's the okay. So it's this number. That's the positive and negative. And if that, I want it so that if I'm looking away from the wall, let me think. What actually, no, hold on a second. What if I did this? What if I did this? If I added some 90 degrees. And if I did this instead? What would happen, I wonder? Okay, actually, maybe that didn't do anything. Actually, maybe it's the wrong... No, it's the wrong value. I want to rotate it that way. Maybe, okay, hold on. This is... Okay, this is kind of... Actually, yeah, this is like doing what I want now. It's just kind of... Maybe I'll do rotate it by negative 90 instead. So now it's a positive, now it's a negative. Yes! Okay, I think this is like... Yeah, I think this is it. So let's print that number out again and see what we get. So that number should be... Oh, it's false. Why is it? Oh, if I gotta... It's more than 0. Let's give that a go. Yes, true. And then if I'm like looking away from the... Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. That's the way. So let's plug that in and see how that works now. Oh. It's not letting me wall run. I've broken it. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, what? Huh. So okay. Okay. Oh wait. So I need to make another one of these. So that needs to go here, it needs to go there, and then that needs to go here. Or I could do it this way too. Okay, now this should work. So it's reading true, and I can look away from the wall and towards the wall, and it can still keep me on. But then if I move backwards, oh, it still accelerates me. It's reading false, so why is it? If it's false, wait, what if I plug that number in? Oh, all right, well, at least something's reading. Okay, well, if we plug this in. Okay, this is like kind of, we're getting warmer, getting much warmer. If I plug that in. It's close. It's so close. It's almost doing what I want. So if I move backwards, yeah, it's still reading true. Okay, well that's not good. What if I do this? Okay, well let's just plug this guy in here. If I move backwards, yes, it doesn't let me do it if I go back. Well, I mean that's. There's something I think what would be nice there is that if I was moving backwards, it would just let me wall run, but it won't accelerate me, you know? So it's getting close. At least it knows when I'm moving backwards, which it didn't know before. So that's a win in my book. So if I move backwards, it reads false, and if I don't move, it reads false. So at least it's only reading true if like within this forward hemisphere. Yeah. So what it's doing is now, is there like an eraser tool? Oh, that eraser tool is garbage. Can I like let me redraw all this. So now what's happening? Where's the brush? Sorry, I don't use paint a lot. Okay, here we go. So here is wall. Here is Gabby. And this is like from top down. If let's get like a blue. So if the forward and let me like get what's another color. So let's say this red, that's like the joystick. God, that's horrible. So let's say I'm pushing it this way. If the forward input is within that blue hemisphere, it reads true, which is good. And if I move the joystick any other direction that's outside that blue hemisphere, it reads false, which is good. So I'm just gonna double check. So if I move it like, yeah, you see the minute I move it like down slightly, can I like move my thumb out of the way? I don't know how well you guys can see that, but if I like move, where's the jump button? And if I like move it negatively, ignore what Gabby's doing, but if you just read the screen, it says false when she moves backwards. So that's good. Now we gotta do something. We gotta like figure out how to use that information properly. Yeah, dude. Fishy's right on it. Dude, making games is fun, man, but maths is very not fun. Am I right? It's, yeah, I don't like maths at all. You know what I used to spend my math classes doing? I was that kid who was like sitting at the back of the class with his MacBook, I was just writing music. I wasn't doing like the cool hip beats that you kids listen to now. I was just doing my own little stuff, but that's how I had like an arrangement with my teacher. I was like, look, man, I don't want to be here. You don't want me here, so let's like make a deal. I go sit at the back and I get to do whatever I want and I don't bother anybody, and your class is not disrupted and you can continue to teach the rest of these people who give a damn. And he's like, okay, yeah, that sounds reasonable, because, you know, like, you don't really have much options when you're in high school, because if you don't go to school, it's like, that's kind of not allowed unless you're 16. So yeah, I basically just pulled a deal on him. And then, yeah, I got to make music during math class instead, which was way more fun. But then, of course, I have situations like this where sometimes, very rarely, once in every... When was the last time I actually did any maths? It must have been like 6, 7, 8 years ago. But yeah, once every 8 years or so, there's like an opportunity that comes up where I actually kind of need to know some maths. But Look, I manage okay. I think I've done okay so far without any training in maths. I mean, you know, actually it's weird. I don't have training in any of this stuff. So it's just more to the pile, I guess, of stuff I haven't gotten training in. So it's all just as hard, but it's all just as fun if you have a goal that you're trying to use it for. So that's something I noticed. I noticed that I can learn math if I know if it's for a wall run, or I can learn physics if it's for a slide mechanic. But if it's like not for those things, I just can't learn it. I just can't concentrate. But if it's something I know that I have a goal in mind that I really want to do with that information, then I guess things just kind of have a way of working themselves out, it looks like. So, how am I going to use this? Because this state, this is also a problem here. Yeah, because like, let me think. Let me print what this number is. Because this might mess with some other logic that I've got. Yeah, okay, yeah, so that's not gonna do it. So I guess I'll skip this and just plug this straight in. I'll see how that goes. Oh, well that doesn't, nope. That's not really working the way I want. So maybe I need to return two booleans instead of one. Maybe. Yeah, I might need to return 2 booleans. And the first boolean will be that. The second boolean will be this, I think. Yeah, so we're going to return 2 booleans, and we'll call this be forward or something. And this is just like whether the input is forward facing, because I'm sure that there's going to be something we can do with that, right? So where are we using that? Where are we using that though, is the question. Yeah, so now it can return whether or not we actually have an input, and then whether or not that is forward facing. Because we still want you to wall run if it's, we only want you to not wall run if you're not inputting anything. But if you are inputting something, let it do its thing. But then after it's gone on the wall, go like, hey man, you can't, oh, let me try and think how to explain it. So, because here's the thing, right? If I start wall running, you'll notice that just then, if I jump, this is some more, like, okay, I've been making a lot of progress this week, so I kind of lost track of what I have and haven't talked about. But you can now do this thing where if you're not moving, it won't wall run, which I think is handy, because I know a lot of people either love the wall run or they feel that it's too sticky. So this is kind of what I'm trying to do here, is mitigate that a bit, so that if you're not moving, it just doesn't wall run. But if you do move, it will. But here's the cool bit. It'll only check initially. So it only checks the minute like you touch the wall. That's the only time it checks if you're moving in whatever direction. It's only afterwards. What used to happen afterwards, a few days ago, was that it would continue to check that through the entire wall run. So if you let go of the input, you would fall like this. But I figured, that's kind of, I don't really want that. I want it so that you can kind of move on a wall and stay in one place like this. So I've had to change it. So it only checks the initial, whether an input is there at all at the beginning. And only after that, it'll then check, hey, which direction is this input actually moving in? And if no input's being detected at all, it won't detach you, it'll let you stay on. But if I want it so that if the input is positive, then we move forward. And if it's anything else, we move negative. So I might need to feed another, what do you call them? Well, yeah, well, I do call this thing here too, actually. So I need to take this and, oh, wait a sec. Maybe I can plug this in here instead. This might do it. Well, give that a go. See what happens. Okay, Oh, okay. Okay, it's okay. I just need to replace these. I need to swap A and B around, and then it will work. Believe me, guys. I'm gonna have I hope I don't have like a Todd Howard moment here. But I think I, with good faith, believe that this might actually fix it, and this might actually work, and it will work perfectly. So yeah, let's give that a go now that I've swapped those things around. Yes! Awesome! Oh my god, guys, it's doing what I want. Oh, that feels so good, man. So, if I move forward, it lets me go forward, but if I move backwards, it doesn't let me move. If I move sideways, actually, wait a sec. Yeah, so if I move into the wall, it keeps me on the wall, but if I'm moving like, because what used to happen, like about an hour ago, was that if I moved into the wall, I would fall off it like that, which just felt horrible. But now I can move into the wall, and it'll keep me on there, but it just won't let me move forward. It's only if I'm moving like actually forward that it lets me do it. But then if I move away from the wall, I detach, which is what's supposed to happen. But now if I move backwards, it won't move forwards. Oh, it works, yes. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so now I've got like complete control over my wall run speed. It's just the FOV is just making it look a little funky, that's all. Maybe, let me do something. So if I change the, where is it? The max speed. I'm gonna change that to 700 instead of whatever I had it at before, and see if that. Okay, so it's gonna slow me down a bit more. But now the camera, I just want to show you guys what it looks like without the FOV thing going on. So if I like start wall running, that's me staying still, and I can move. And you can see the movement looks very sudden. Like when I move forward, it kind of jumps forward, and that's just because the FOV is doing that. But if the FOV isn't on, it's very gradual. So if I move sideways, there we go. I'll do that with the keyboard, so like the camera won't move. So that's like me starting and stopping. If I start moving, yeah, it like does the thing. The camera keeps trying to turn me away though, because I have that auto look centering thing where the camera will rotate towards the wall. But yeah, that's very gradual. I like it. So that's, yeah. I think we might yeah, I think that's like, I actually kind of did what I was planning to do, and it worked, so that's cool. You know, because things usually never go according to plan. It's usually like a huge like hassle where there's a bunch of problems that you don't expect that end up happening. But it works, and it's like, hell yeah, my dude, that's sick. Now we can clean stuff. That's my favorite bit. Now we can clean everything and fight the spaghetti monster. Hell yeah. Awesome. So let me plug this back in. So now we got that fast FOV sort of speed. Zoom. And yeah, it just, all of this just works. Yeah, I mean, actually, Gregory, I think you got a point there. But apparently, you remember all that stuff I was doing for the slide? Like the inertia, actually I have a cheat sheet right here of maths stuff that I used, you know, stuff like mg, wait, actually, hold on. What's the equation? You know, like whatever the equation for velocity is, you know, 2g delta h, like mass velocity squared, like that stuff. Apparently that's like year 12 level, like high school level stuff. I didn't make it that far in high school, so I got no idea, because I didn't make it to the part where you could pick physics as an elective, but apparently that's like taught in school, which granted, like if I had to play devil's advocate there, it's like, I'm trying to think of how to formulate that, because it's like, that would have helped me learn this, but the thing is, the only reason it would have helped me is because I'm developing this specific project. And everyone else I know who did this stuff in year 12 isn't using it for anything. So I'm like the one rare like exception, I guess, to that rule, where it's like I'm the one guy who didn't learn this in school and was like the only guy who tried to do something with the knowledge. So I mean, I don't know. I can't say you're entirely right, but you're not entirely wrong either, I guess. I guess it's like how to say it. Yeah, like I don't think I could say with certainty that all of high school math isn't being used, because I didn't finish it, so I don't know. But I think if I did, then that statement would be, to say that it would help me would have been true, because then I would have gone on to do this. But you also have to consider that it's very likely I would have forgot about that stuff, because I'm like, what, I haven't been in school for years now. So I would have had to relearn it anyway, probably. So, you know, maybe it doesn't matter. But for the majority of people, yeah, no, I very much doubt that the majority of people use, like, physics calculations on a daily basis. I know I don't use it on a daily basis. I use it, like, for one time for one mechanic, and only that. So, yeah, you know, maybe you are right, actually. There's just a lot of asterisks to put with that kind of sentence. But broadly speaking, yeah, I think I would agree. But I think generally, though, I think I've always liked the idea of not necessarily knowing how to do stuff, but knowing how to learn to do stuff. It kind of makes you the equivalent of, like, Delsin from Infamous, where you don't have a power, but your power is learning other people's powers. And then it kind of makes you really powerful, because if you spend the time to learn all the powers, you can be very powerful, even though you don't actually have, like, an inherent power per se, you know? Actually, wait a sec. I've just noticed one big problem. This doesn't just work. No. Oh, there's only one problem with this code. And it doesn't work when I go this way. Oh, damn it. It only works if I'm facing this way. Oh, I knew something would go wrong. Something always goes wrong. And it did. So if I do this on this wall, it won't work. So I need to adjust it. Oh, of course. I knew it. Something was going to break. I knew it. It always happens. You can't do anything without something going wrong. It's not like if something doesn't break at the end, are you doing it right, really? If something doesn't break at the end, are you really making a game, you know? That's like, it's the universal constant. There's constants and variables in life, and one of those constants is that something will break, always. So luckily, I don't think it's a huge problem. I think we can fix this pretty easily. It's just, so the issue is the input direction is world relative, or one of the directions I'm using is world relatives. So if I look the other way, it doesn't work all of a sudden. So if I face this way, yeah, it just kind of like doesn't work now. So there might be a number I can use for this. I'm trying to remember the name. I had a variable. I made a variable specifically for this type of scenario, and I use it all the time. It's this thing, the surface direction. Now it's a vector 2, which I don't use vector 2s very often, but the x value is what I'm going to focus on, because the x value is going to read, if the wall is on my left, it'll read -1, and if it's on my right, it'll read +1. So I feel like we should be able to use that in this somehow. So let's, like, maybe if I take the this result and multiply it by the surface direction. I don't know. I'm just going to try and see what goes. Okay, that kind of does the opposite of what I want. But it... Okay. Okay. This is like... This might work. I just need to multiply that by -1. And this might actually fix it. So far, so good. Now, can I go this way? Yes. Now, can I do this on the other wall? Yes. And can I do it here? Yes, okay. But does it work on diagonal walls? We'll see. I'm not sure if it will, because all these walls are facing like 90 degrees, 100, like on 90 degree intervals, because it's a square room, right? But if I went into like the skyport, for example, I don't know, it might not work anymore. We'll see. Or I could do what Fishy said and just make every wall face 90 degrees in a world space. That could, yeah, why not? Make a 1D game, hell yeah. Okay, this does not work on... I don't think this works on... Actually, wait. I didn't test it. I'll test it on this wall, actually. I mean, it's hard to tell, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's... how to put it? I need a diagonal wall, and I need something that's like... I need a big level. So maybe this one might... Oh! Yeah, so there's a bug with the air dash where it puts me... yeah, no, I'll get into that in a sec. Okay. Well, that... I stumbled that jump heaps. Let's try that again. Oh, yeah, so something didn't work there. Something felt wrong. Maybe I need to do more than just multiply the number. Oh, whoa, what happened there? I mean, I think it works. Let me... oh, what's this? Oh, don't mind that. Let me play through that level and see if I notice any problems. So... okay, I seem to... oh, I landed in a bad spot there. I was trying to get those orbs. Yeah, I still gotta get the grind rails to work. Those are broken, out of order at the moment. It's just... oh, no, there's something off. I think well, the climb I haven't quite looked at yet. I'll have to look at the climb. I need to turn off the auto look because the camera just keeps trying to adjust itself, and it's kind of annoying me now because I'm trying to test the rotation. So let me see if I can disable that. I think it's in the based player character. So yeah, we'll just go to the event tick and turn off auto look centering, and that should remove auto look centering altogether. Hooray! And I'll turn off the orbiting as well. Actually, I should really unplug it down here somewhere, shouldn't I? Yeah, take that out. And I'll unplug that, and there's another thing I need to unplug too. Yeah, so I gotta unplug this. That should get rid of... I should now... well, yeah, the camera shouldn't move on its own now. Okay, well that's... I can still look like very generously... like... how to put it? That radius is very generous, because when I look this way, it shouldn't... yeah, okay. It's odd. Wait, let me try it on this wall. I mean, okay, let's go back to that other level. Let me give it a test run again. Yeah, I can definitely feel the difference with the camera auto moving. It feels like a bit less... it feels more prototype than it does game. I have to keep adjusting the camera with my thumb. See, why didn't I should have wall run there. Let me try this. Okay, so I can wall run backward, like, not backwards, but if I move my stick backwards while the character's facing forward, that seems to work. And these walls are on an angle. It's just something feels off. It like feels a bit rigid, and I'm not sure why. Like, oh, no, that's a collision problem, actually. I know why that's happening. I mean, oh, wait a sec. So, right here, something feels... Can I climb back up? So yes, there's an asymmetry. I have to think about it for a sec. But, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna, like, take a bathroom break. Don't go anywhere. I just need, like, just give me, like, a minute. I just gotta, like... get some more coffee, and I think I'll probably come up with something. So we'll be right back after a message from our sponsor, BRB. One sec. Okay, all right. So I don't really know like what the solution is, but that's what we're here to figure out. But I think I know how to demonstrate what I was seeing just then. I'll do my best to try and draw it. Is my screen showing? Okay. So let me, where's all my stuff? So let me attempt to demonstrate what's going on. Let me get my old trusty MS Paint. So this diagram I drew earlier is actually a little inaccurate, because I think what's going on, from what I've seen, is that blue radius doesn't stop here. It actually stops it a little further back. So it kind of looks more like this. And here's the problem. When the let me pick like we'll pick red. So maybe I'll pick orange. Yeah. So the orange is when the input is negative, and the blue is when the input's positive. And it seems to read positive as long as it's in that blue cone. And what you might notice is like the blue cone, it kind of goes back a little bit. Now the problem is, if I'm facing north, I mean, that's cool. It gives you a bit of extra input room, which is nice. But if you're facing the other way, if you're facing south, it kind of takes a bit of range away. So I wish you could hold shift and just draw straight lines like in Photoshop, but this is Paint. So that red line is supposed to be where the blue should end, but you notice that it's got like this whole area here, it's extra, and that's added and taken away depending on the direction I'm facing. And yeah, it's like asymmetrical, because basically, if you're facing south or at a wall that's at an angle, you get a less generous range. And it's just like, okay, well, that's not good, you know? So I'm not quite sure why that is exactly, but I feel like I'm gonna have to think of something that's not what I just did to solve that problem. So at least like that's what it feels like. That's what's I actually don't know for certain if that's actually what's going on in the code. But when I was rotating the camera, that's what it felt like. And it's not good. No, guys, you don't understand. I can't hydrate and toilet break at the same time. Okay, I know Twitch doesn't let you, like, I can't ban people using hydrates when I'm on break, but like if I could, I would, because I can't drink while I can't multitask. Okay, one thing at a time. You're doing math with a character or camera? I'm doing math everywhere. So I don't really know how to answer that, dude. Like, I'm doing math everywhere all the time. So you might have to be more specific. But I know that this modifier is not, it's just like a band-aid fix. This isn't gonna actually solve the problem, so I'm gonna have to, like, if I take that off though, I wonder if it still lets me True. Okay, yeah, so when I'm looking right bang on at the wall, then it detaches. Or actually, wait a moment. Yeah, I have to like look all the way over here. Like, it's still reading true, which is like, hold on, that's wrong. Okay, oh, no, wait, it's because I had the wrong key. Yeah, okay, well, so if I then plug it, maybe that blue diagram thing is inaccurate. Let me, actually, yeah, so maybe that blue diagram thing isn't the case and I was just pressing the wrong input. That's also likely. It just seems kind of odd that, yeah, so the minute I'm facing like a line with the wall, it reads false, which is good. That's good. So maybe I was just imagining that. Let me test something. Maybe this is the fix, you know? Maybe it is. I need a better like test environment. So maybe I'll just take this. Give me a sec. If I just take this guy or this guy, and if I like do this to him, if I just do that, if I do that to this dude, I'm just gonna like just to test it. So I have like another wall I can try this on. Will this, I wonder how this will behave. Oh, wait. Okay, you know, maybe that whole thing I just, That the whole thing I just drew in paint. Maybe I was just imagining that actually. Yeah, never mind. That's a load of crap. I don't know what I was talking about. Yeah, so okay. Okay. So maybe it is fine after all. It's just because I'm like kind of auto calibrating. Like when I move along the wall this way, I'm pressing sideways on my keyboard, and then going, why am I still allowed? And that's because I should be pressing W, but I'm pressing D because I automatically think to do that. But if I'm pressing W, yeah, I shouldn't. Okay, so yeah, it's just me trying to auto-correct for the input direction when I shouldn't with my hands. That's what that was. So yeah, never mind. But if I put these walls at an angle like this, I just want to see if this still works. Okay, that seems okay. But does it work this way? Okay, you know, yeah, I think it's fine actually. False alarm. Abort. Red alert. There we go. Okay, so maybe it is fine. You can never be too sure, though. That's the thing. You can never be too sure. You always have to have like a crippling amount of self-doubt to make any real progress with programming. So yeah, never mind that diagram. That was like, yeah, that was because I was trying to, with the input, adjust it when I should have just been hitting forward on the look stick. Is there going to be a point where it becomes so difficult to code something that I will hire... Okay, I don't think I would trust a coder from Fiverr with this project. Just to be transparent. I don't trust... Like, I wouldn't trust my best friend with this, and I'm going to trust some guy from Fiverr? Yeah, don't think so. No, like, the thing is, I know that I'm like always pushing my limit, it seems, but it always seems to work out, so... And I'm kind of coming to a feature... well, hold on. When I say feature complete, I don't mean all feature complete, but I'm coming to like a core mechanic feature complete state where I would guess... Now, this is just an estimate, this might not be accurate, but it feels like with the core mechanics I want to put in, it feels about maybe 75 to 80% there. That's what it feels like at the moment, with how things are and what my goals are. And I'm thinking, you know, I don't think I would want to work on something that is so hard that I can't work on it. Because then I'm not really working on it. And there's no point really, right? Because it's like, if I can't make this thing, then I can't make this thing. And it doesn't get made. And I don't know, I feel like if I'm going to try and manage someone else to do something that I can't do, I don't know, man. It just seems like a bad idea. So I don't think it's going to get to that point. I want to try and keep it in a state where I can do everything, because I have so far. And if there is something that is that difficult, I don't know, I feel like that just wouldn't happen, I don't think. I don't think it would come to a point where I would have something so difficult that I would need to outsource it. What I would have, on the other hand, is maybe something that is so tedious that I could do, but, you know, time exists. And it's like, okay, look, if I spent like a month on, let's say I wanted to do like some feature that I, like, let's say it was like level design related, right? Because I really don't like doing level work. I'm more of a characters person. Level design is my least favorite. So let's say there was something there, and I was like, okay, well, I could design, I want to learn how to do this myself so that I know what's good and what's bad, and have a taste for what is good level design and what is not good level design. And let's say if push comes to shove, worst goes to worst, I just do it all myself. But let's say I had the opportunity, like let's say if I was gonna bring someone on, it would probably be more in the capacity of, I could do this, but I also have other stuff to do, and things would just be a lot easier if someone else did this. But it would probably be a good idea for me to know about what they're doing, so I know what direction to take it in. I don't think I could trust myself hiring or getting anyone to work on anything that I didn't understand, because I'm like the project lead, right? And if I don't understand something, I feel like I should kind of know what it is I'm building and how it works if I'm going to tell someone how to do it, you know? So I try to, yeah, I don't think it'll come to a stage where there's going to be something that is so difficult that I can't do. I feel like that would just be bad project management. So, and it's weird because on one hand, I've kind of, the stuff I've made, I wasn't able to do this stuff like a year ago or 2 years ago. And I feel like there's this thing where if there's something that is that difficult, I kind of, if it's important, I think I just have this weird way of figuring out how to do it. Now, the thing is, of course, is that you can't do that all the time because it takes very long. But I think it's about striking a balance of when to fight that battle for a thing that you don't know and when not to. So multiplayer, for example, that is something I know I'm not going to fight because I know that I don't know anything about multiplayer. I don't know anything about netcode. I know like some terminology, but I don't understand it. So it's like, I could hire someone to work on that, but I feel like it would be bad because the guy who's programming it might know what's going on, or he might think he knows what's going on, but I don't. And this is my responsibility, this project. And if I don't know what's going on, and if he thinks he knows what's going on, and maybe he does, and maybe he doesn't, because I don't know. Like, if I have someone I'm outsourcing to, and if I don't know as much as they do about something, it's like, I don't feel like I could be a good judge of whether the work is good, because if I don't know anything about the field, how am I supposed to know if it's good work or if it's broken? Or, you know, it just complicates things, right? So things like that battle, I decide, you know what, I'm just not going to fight that. I'm not going to fight the multiplayer battle because I know I'll lose it because I don't know enough. And you might say, well, you could learn. And it's like, yeah, I could learn about it, or I could not do that as well. And it kind of, I think the decision to do that depends on the vision, I think. I think that's a per project thing. And some people may decide to fight that battle if they're building a multiplayer experience, and that's what's most important. But that's not what's important to me with this game. So that's kind of like a example, I guess. So in short, no, I don't think it's going to come to a point where things will get so complicated that I will need to like bring someone else, like out of necessity. I don't think it's going to be the case where I bring someone on because it's too hard for me. It'll probably be more like it's too inconvenient for me, or it's going to take too long for me to do it. But I don't think I would put someone on something that I didn't understand. Like, I feel like I would need to have some fundamental understanding of something first before I decide if anyone puts it in the game, you know? I get, yeah, well, with the multiplayer, well, the thing is, I early on, I was thinking naively that, you know, maybe I could do multiplayer, and I do have like some leftover multiplayer code in here, but that I didn't make it very far. It was only basic replication, and it worked for everything except the wall run, which is like the most important thing. So I kind of dropped it when I saw that it wasn't going to work the way I was doing it. Because it's like, oh, like the movement works, the double jump works, the melee combat was working, all replicating fine. But then the wall run just didn't. And it's like, well, if there's no wall run, there's no game. So yeah, I'm just not going to go there, because it's like, I have enough battles already, and I have like, I have a budget of battles that I can pick. And it's like, that one's not going in. There's other battles I want to fight. So it's, but yeah, it would be a rewrite. It'd be a huge thing. I feel like, I feel like though it wouldn't be that difficult if I knew multiplayer with the way I've coded it, because I've tried to make this very clean. I think implementing netcode with the core mechanics might not be that difficult, but there's more than just the mechanics in multiplayer. There's also matchmaking and IPs, and there's a lot of stuff I don't even understand, honestly. Like, that side of it I don't get. Like, I don't understand how to do a lobby or a custom game browser, or I just don't understand how that works. So yeah, I could have it where, if I tried my best with my current skills, I think I could get replicated mechanics working, but the interface to connect to other players would be crappy. Like, you would have to open some freaking, like, I don't know, Himachi or something, and direct IP connect to people. Like, I wouldn't be able to code matchmaking or so. Like, I wouldn't be able to do that. It's just beyond my capabilities. But yeah, so, and that's not like really the experience I'm trying to build. So that's why I just don't bother with that stuff. I only try to plan for things that are like, okay, I might not know how to do this now, but if I did learn how to make this would be in the vision. So that's kind of like how I think about when adding features in. So yeah. Why are we talking about apple seeds? Hold on, did I miss something? Seedless apple. Does someone got a seedless apple? I have not eaten a seedless apple before, but that is very... I would love if all apples were seedless, because that would be sick. Because that's why I don't like eating apples, because they have this huge thing in the middle, and it's like, it's just annoying. I don't want to have to like dissect my food before I eat it, you know? If I pick up a piece of food, I want to be able to eat it all without anything left over. I don't know, like, I don't know if I'm the only guy that's like that, but that's why I really hate like certain nuts for that reason, because they have like a shell. I like nuts that you can just eat. I don't like nuts where you have to actually crack them open and you have this excess supply of like what are they called? Nut shells or whatever, like, because it's just like, I don't want it. I don't want food to be this complicated. I don't want excess waste. I just want to be able to take the thing and eat it. You know, like ice cream, right? It'd be like if you had ice cream, but you had to like take the cone off it. And but the thing about ice cream that's so cool is that you can just eat the cone, and it's like, oh, it's just cool, you know, like it's not complicated. You know, that's why I don't like a lot of fruits, probably for that reason, because like especially stuff that have like pit in it, that if you eat it you get poisoned or whatever, because it's just like, I don't want to have to like traverse a minefield to eat something. Okay, I just want to eat it and just be done, you know. That's why things like, you know, mee goreng noodles, they're so great, because you don't have to like, there's no seeds in them that you have to pick out. There's none of that stuff. You just eat it, and it's like, it's cool. Actually, yeah, no, Fishy's right on it. If food existed as a pill, dude, hell yeah, that'd be so convenient and so cool, man. That'd be awesome. I would do that. And they'd be portable. I just have like I just keep them on my belt, like, you know, a freaking Jedi Knight or something. That'd be awesome. All right, what time is it? Okay, I'm good. I'm gonna probably hop off in 20 minutes, but before I do, I think let's just spend some time to chat and we'll clean some of this code up, because I think this all works. Yeah, I think it does. I think I've got everything that I wanted to have working. So let's clean up time now. This is my favorite bit. So I can get rid of the print string. Can get rid of that. I can sort some of this stuff out. But yeah, dude. Food. I like simple food that's just simple to eat, you know. God, it sounds like I'm talking about like a product, you know, like I want a good user experience from the food, man. Like, I'm just trying to think of like if Apple was trying to pitch like seedless apples as like a product. Be like, you know, when you eat an apple, you know, here in California, here at Apple, when we eat apples, man, you gotta take the seed out, and it's like you gotta eat around the seed, or you gotta cut it so that you don't have to deal with the seed, and it's just let's have. But what if we made a new product, revolutionary product? What if we had a food that was simple to eat, that was tasty and nutritious? These aren't three separate products. This is one product, and we're calling it Seedless Apple. Dude, if they did that, man, I'd be over the moon. I would actually eat fruit, and I don't say that lightly. That's like a huge step for me eating fruit, man. That's like, you know, you've made a good product when it convinces me to eat fruit. So I would tip my hat, and I would be like, yeah, dude, good job, Apple. I'll have some of those seedless apples. Oh, hey, Bergman, you're here. Cool. So yeah, on stream today, we actually kind of fixed stuff, which is pretty rare. Like, oh my God, I actually, you know, got stuff working. But the wall run is now a lot better. A lot better. And culminating with all the, actually, let me turn the auto look centering back on for the camera. So, actually, where is the auto? Okay, it's in here somewhere. Plug those back in, because I've got a bunch of. I had a huge recap at the beginning, but Bergman, you've missed some stuff, man. Let me show you. I'll show everyone. I want to show this again because I'm just like very happy that this seems to work. For now, at least. I don't know if I want to put out another build, because I know you guys are just going to break it and it's going to crush me. So now that I've got the auto look centering back on, let me turn on that smoothing. So a bunch of new stuff. I'll see if I can go through it as quick as I can. Camera now has auto look centering. So if I start moving, the camera just automatically readjusts. It'll wait a few seconds though, so I do get a bit of freedom to move the camera, but then after a few seconds it like goes and recenters. It works for the wall run too, so if I start wall running, you don't have to actually move the joystick or the mouse anymore manually. You can if you want, but it's like, who wants to do that, right? Well, it'd be cool if the camera just did it on its own, and now it does. So if I run on a wall, if I'm like facing a wall this way and start wall running, I'm not touching the left stick. The camera is just rotating on its own. So that's cool. Now on stream today, I got this thing working where the wall run velocity is dynamic. What's the best level I can show that in? It's probably going to be this one, I think. So if I start wall running, if I gain a lot of, actually no, even better. I need a level with a ramp, which I think this level has a ramp. It has a big ramp in it, so we'll get a lot of speed because this is like the most efficient way to gain speed is by sliding down ramps. So if we slide down this ramp and start wall running, you see that the speed carries over and there's like momentum there now. And I know everyone was like, last year, that was like the #1 thing where it's like, man, momentum. And that was like, everyone kept saying that. So now that's like a thing, which is cool. But I've made some improvements on stream today that have made it a bit better. Now I can actually use my input stick to control my direction on the wall. So if I move forward, I don't know how visible that is on the stream there on the camera. But if I jump and I can like use the look stick to move forward and I can stop. The thing is as well is that if I just jump without doing anything, it doesn't wall run because I know that it can be a bit sticky. And if you wall run like without touching the look stick, it can feel really bad and sticky, right? So that now doesn't happen. But then when you do start, if you do put a bit of input in, you can wall run. But the input has to be in the right direction as well. So I think, let me rotate Gabby over here. So if I jump and, move backwards, I won't wall run. But if I move forwards relative to the wall, it will. And I can stop moving and I'll just hang there. I'll stick on the wall like so. If I try and move backwards, it won't let me move forward because it used to move me forward when I went backwards, which it doesn't do now, which is cool. And if I move sideways into the wall, it used to detach me, but now it doesn't. So that's awesome. So if I'm rotating the camera, I kind of don't need to, I could move the left stick as well to adjust if I want, but I don't have to because it's very generous, the wall run. But if you do want to get off, you can just move away from the wall and you'll detach, or you can press the crouch button and you'll detach as well. And then this is my favorite part where I get to say with these features, and the good part is all of it just works. Because I think it actually does all just work now that I fixed it. So that's what's been going, Mr. Bergman. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Yeah, I'm very happy. Because, man, like, everything that can go wrong goes wrong all the time. But today, things didn't go wrong. Things went okay. And that, I don't know, I feel like I shouldn't be this happy, but I am. So, I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm happy that it seems to work. But of course, tomorrow, I'm probably going to find something wrong with it, but that's a future rate problem. So now, let's just clean some of these nodes up to make me even more happy, because I like having not spaghetti on the screen, as I'm sure we all do. Yeah, everything just works. I really hope that doesn't age terribly. Just works. Man. I don't know, because now that I'm thinking of Todd Howard, I'm just thinking of that time where I went to Bethesda. I think someone clipped it. Someone clipped that little story. But I don't think I met Todd though. Because just recently actually, the guy I knew who works there, he just celebrated 22 years as a programmer at Bethesda Game Studios, which is crazy because I don't imagine anyone today holding a job for that long, for 22 years. That's crazy. And this guy, he was the senior, I think he was the senior programmer on Skyrim. I think he was also a programmer on Fallout 4, Fallout 3, and Fallout 76. And then, his wife is also happens to work there, who my mum happened to know in high school. So that's how yeah. So for those who don't know that story, I know this guy who works at Bethesda, and I remember when I was 14, I went to visit, and we had a good time. But I didn't know who Todd Howard was, though. Like, I had no idea who Todd... I just knew it's Skyrim because I played it. And I was like, oh, yeah, Skyrim's cool. And I remember meeting the guy who animated the dragons. And I remember meeting one of the concept artists who I think passed away a few years ago. And I remember because I had them autograph the inside of my game case. And I saw his signature because there was this article about the guy, about him passing. And he had all this amazing concept art for the mutants in Fallout. And I looked at the signature and I was like, oh, crap, that's the signature that's on my case. That's... Damn. I wish I was like older when I visited, so I actually understood what they were all doing, because I was like really young. Like, it was amazing, but I feel like I could appreciate so much more now. Now that I'm a bit older. But yeah, it was really cool though how I kind of almost met Todd. Almost. I don't think I did. I don't think he was there that day, but I don't think I would have recognized him at the time, but. Maybe, who knows, maybe someday I can visit again and be like, hey Todd, I made this game, and it just works. Hopefully. The game will have over 3,000 endings. See those mountains? You can go, yeah, dude. Actually, like, oh man, my friend and I quote that video all the time. But it is an amazing feeling though when you do code something and it actually does just work. But I feel like I can't say that now without it being like a meme. But it's, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't just work. The code giveth, and the code taketh away. Very curious though, because I have that new Starfield project that they're all working on. It's weird, like, I'm a fan of Skyrim, right? I never really got into Fallout though. I know that they're very similar kinds of games, but it's weird. I feel like there's something specific about the Skyrim of I was gonna say Tamriel, but I think Skyrim specifically was just so magic to me. And I don't know why. I don't know if maybe other people have that same kind of sentiment where, I don't know, it's just kind of the atmosphere of the place, you know? My favorite town in Skyrim is Falkreath. And I don't know, it's very different from like the wastes, the post-nuclear wastes, right? So maybe it's like the aesthetics that I like, even though gameplay-wise they are... I mean, I think they're pretty similar. I actually don't know, because I know Fallout has guns in it. So maybe it's not so similar, but I just remember vibing with Skyrim a lot more than Fallout. And yeah, I only kind of really cared about... Even, like, I played a bit of Oblivion too, which was also nice. Morrowind, I think, is a bit too... that's aged a bit too much for me to appreciate. But I don't know, it's like, I don't think I would even... Because they're also working on that new Elder Scrolls game. I don't know if I would actually... I don't know if I would actually play it, to be honest, because I think I had everything I needed from Skyrim. Like, I think I was fulfilled enough playing that, and I was like, you know, because I still haven't finished Skyrim, but I've had the same character for 9 years, and I've only just, like, last year finished all of the vanilla content. Like, all of it. I haven't touched any of the DLC. Like, actually, I've touched the Hearthfire DLC, but I haven't touched Dragonborn or Dawnguard at all. And I was, like, wanting to save those up, but I noticed that more and more now that I never make time for it. And I think even if... And I think to myself, man, if they made another Elder Scrolls, would I actually make time for it? And I'm thinking, well, if I'm not even going to make time for Skyrim, would I make time for a new game? I don't know. I don't think I would. And I'm not sure. I think it's because... I was a lot younger when I started playing those games, and I just noticed that I left this unplugged, and I can't remember what I had plugged in here. God damn it. Let me undo. I think this plugged in there, but let me undo. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying close enough attention to my code. Oh, okay, that was plugged in there. Okay, false alarm. But as I was saying, you know, I think just RPG games now, I think Skyrim was my RPG. I don't think I could play another one because I've tried playing like Ghost. I've tried playing like Ghost of Tsushima. I mean, I call it Ghost because it's just shorter. I don't know if that's actually what people call it though. But I've tried getting into other stuff. I tried Fallout 4 when it came out, and I don't know, I just couldn't get into it. And maybe it's because I think I was gonna say, like, I don't know if it's the thing that happens when you start getting older, that you just, because these games, one thing they do really well is this fantasy and this escape, and they do it so well. And I remember how I felt playing Skyrim. I remember how I felt walking through Falkreath and just taking the atmosphere in. But I think when your life just gets busier, I feel like it's harder to appreciate that stuff, because when I think about sitting down and playing Skyrim, it's like, I feel like I can't, because it's like, I have work I need to do. And I kind of don't want to escape as well. I don't really want to escape into a fantasy world, because I want to work to create my fantasy world right here with my game. And it's kind of made me less in need of a game like a new Elder Scrolls or a new Skyrim or whatever. So I don't know. I know that that's like probably not the majority. I know that there's probably heaps of people that still want to play these games and stuff, but I think for me personally, I don't know if it's like an age thing, but it's just I get less excited about those like new projects that they're doing, because I know that they're big, and I know that it kind of scares me off a little, to be honest. It's like, I'm sure the game's going to be incredible and amazing, but I don't think I can I can't run into them and get immersed in them, because I have a mission I need to do. I have a real quest in the real world now, you know? That's what it feels like. So I don't know, it's kind of sad, to be honest, because I remember how Skyrim made me feel. It's like, you know, it'd be so good if I could like be as immersed as I was in Skyrim as I was when I was like 13, but I don't think I could ever do that again. Unless I reverted back to living like a 13-year-old. So I don't know, yeah, I guess it's just a thing with not just Skyrim, it's just with RPGs in general for me. Because I know there's games I really want to play too. Like, people have said that The Witcher 3 is amazing, and I know it probably is. But I know that I'm scared of making time for it, in a sense. Because I know that I have a quest that I'm working on IRL. And I think as long as that's there, I won't be able to really escape into these worlds and appreciate them properly, because I'm going to be distracted knowing that you've still got this code you got to fix, or whatever issue I've got. I don't know, yeah, it's just something that's I kind of have had on my mind, and it's made me a little sad about, because I've got all this content that I still haven't played in Skyrim that as the years go by, I'm not sure if I ever will. And it kind of scares me a bit, because it's like, I wanted to save up this content for when I was older so I could really stretch out the game time. Because that's what I was thinking. I could have played Dawnguard back when it came out, but I didn't on purpose, because I wanted to really, you know, wring the game dry of content. But I don't think I'll finish what I started, maybe. And that scares me a little, but you know, this is what it is. Have you thought about porting Project Feline to UE5? I have thought about it, and I've decided that I'm probably not going to unless there is some urgent reason that I need to. There's a lot of reasons for that. But essentially, that's another thing too. I know that every time there's a new technology that's announced, I notice that people, I mean, yeah, it's exciting, right? It's cool. But I feel like the majority of people get excited about those things are probably not, like, they probably don't need it, or they're not going to use it. And the people who like are gonna use it, maybe they are excited too, but I feel like the majority who are excited, like, you know, I had a class once where everyone was like going, oh, the new Unity is out and it's gonna be so amazing, and it's like, yeah, but like, you haven't made anything yet, and you don't, like, if you can't make something without this new stuff, then I don't know. I get very skeptical about relying too much on the technology, even though I do rely a lot on the technology as it is already. But I feel like I don't want to make something that needs those new things per se. I feel like I should be able to do a good enough jobs with the tools I have right now that I've spent the time to learn to make what I need to. And I only want to upgrade if there's an absolute feature, like it's like a necessary thing that I absolutely need. Like if it's the new level streaming thing that they've got going, I don't know at the moment if I will need that, But if I do, hell yeah, I will upgrade. But I don't see it yet. Maybe I will see it in a few years or a few months, but at the moment it's like, you know, I think I can manage fine with 4, so I'm going to stick with 4 because it works. And I like when things work. And I've had a lot of experiences where I've upgraded software and it's just turned out horribly. Like, actually, yeah, it was one time I was actually upgrading UE4 to a new version of UE4 and it actually broke the wall run completely. So, you know, you got to watch out for stuff like that. I think for personal projects, it's fine to upgrade stuff. But if you're doing something more long-term, I don't get as excited because it's like, cool, but if I upgrade, I'm sure that there's going to be something that breaks. So unless I need to touch it, sure, then I'll touch it. But if I don't need to touch it, then I'm just going to not do that. So yeah. But there's some cool features in there. I think we looked at it on stream a few weeks ago. There's some cool new features, but I don't see yet how that's going to fit into the vision right now. I'm sure that maybe they will fit, but I just haven't thought about every aspect yet because I'm kind of just focused on the mechanics right now. Like, there's nothing I don't think there's anything UE5 will do with the work I'm doing right now. Like all this mathematics I'm doing with the wall run, I don't think I'm going to need UE5 to finish this part of the game. I think I can finish the movement mechanics fine without UE5. So, but maybe a level design thing might come up in the next 6 months, or a level art or level stream, or one of those new things that they've like talked a lot about level streaming and animation. So that's all I know. That seems to be the things I could probably take advantage of, but I'm just not focused on those things at the moment. So I'm not trying to look out for an excuse to upgrade. I guess I'm kind of looking at, okay, well, there's this new software. If I need it, I'll use it. And if I don't, then I won't, you know? But it's just like, the main kind of point there is just, I know that if something can go wrong, it will. Absolutely. So I try and I don't want to put myself in situations where things can go wrong. Because if they can go wrong, they probably will. And it's just gonna suck. So, unless it's worth it, you know? Unless it's worth fixing stuff. Now, hold on. I'm just like looking at this specific node and I'm a bit confused at where the node flow is supposed to be going. Okay, that looks a bit neater. Alright. But yeah, because I just want to like put that out there because I know that everyone, like even like earlier today, someone on my Instagram was like asking me about, are you going to use UE5? And it's like, why? I mean, if I need to, yeah, but I mean, if I don't, then whatever, you know? Yeah, Fishy's got it. Murphy's Law, baby. It's so true, man. It's so true. I guess like another experience that opinion comes from as well is like when I was a student, a lot of my classmates, every time there was some new software, like we were doing 3ds Max and then one of the teachers mentioned Autodesk Maya to them, and then they were like, oh, we should totally use Autodesk Maya for our next game. And the thing that happened is that they all used Maya and tried learning it, and I just stuck with 3ds Max because that's what we had been trained in. And it's like, well, I say trained in very loosely. We weren't really trained. It was more like, here's how to move spheres and figure out the rest. But we had experience, like a term's worth of experience with 3ds Max, and then a lot of people wanted to jump ship to Maya because it was better for whatever reason, but they all ended up falling behind because they had the burden of learning new software that I didn't have because I just stuck with what I knew. And I got my project done first because I stuck with what I knew, and they had lots of problems. It was not just like delays, but also they had to like redo their characters like 5 times. Well, not 5 times, but like 2 or 3 times, you know, rigging issues, like having to re-rig, having to re-unwrap. And it's all stuff that could have been avoided if they just stuck with what they knew, like 3ds Max, which can do what they need to, right? Like it does, because we needed to make characters and 3ds Max can do that. So after that experience, I looked at that and went, you know, yeah, maybe just sticking with what I know is probably a good thing for the most, in most cases, right? Like, as the default, unless there's like some specific exception. And yeah, I've never seen a case of people of that happening like people trying to jump on a new piece of software that they don't really need to use, but they want to because it's new or whatever reason. I've never seen that work. Like, I've never seen that go without any hitches. Even like for me, because I've hopped around software a bit, I've used 3ds Max, Maya, and Blender, and I've used Unity and I've used Unreal, and every time I made a transition, it was usually for a very good reason, and I put a lot of thought into it, and I was like, okay, like with Blender, most of that was because of licensing, and I was like, well, 3ds Max is expensive and I don't want to pay money for it. Blender does the same stuff but for free. Okay, that's the one I'm going to learn. And there was growing pains, you know. I had a period where I didn't know how to, because the control scheme was so different, and that took time out of the development to learn. But that was a battle I was prepared to fight because of the reasons I had for it, mainly being the licensing. But, you know, with UE5 to UE4, I don't have a compelling reason like that right now for it. Maybe I will in the future, but at the moment, I don't see one. Also, yeah, Autodesk programs crash. I forgot about that. Yeah, they do crash, don't they? Yeah. That's another... Blender hasn't crashed on me that much. I think it only crashed on me like twice in recent memory. And one of those times was on stream as well. So yeah. So I've had mostly good... But I remember even transitioning to Unreal was actually a huge deal for me. I spent a lot of time thinking about it and going, is this a good idea? But after like some convincing and a bit of trial and error, I thought, you know, yeah, this is the right tool for me for this. And there's a lot of criteria as well that goes into it, because usually, you know, you want to be using the best software, right? But what does that mean? What's best? And it depends on a lot of things usually. That's why I usually don't. I usually find when people get into arguments about whatever the best software is, I usually just find it hilarious because it really just depends on you. You know I like trash Unity a lot, but I think there is honestly a lot that Unreal does better than it, that broadly most people will take advantage of. But ultimately, the reason I chose Unreal over Unity, for example, was purely because of the visual scripting interface and the amount the amount of engine content that was there as well. Because it meant that I didn't have to code my own movement class. It meant I didn't have to code my own actor class or whatever, you know, like the systems of Unreal just fit my needs so much better than Unity did, because I'm really not a programmer. I'm really more of an artist or a designer, and Unreal is built for that, whereas Unity kind of wasn't. I think it's trying to catch up with Unreal, but I haven't used Unity in a few years though. Last one I used was like version 5.5, I think, and apparently they've made a lot of changes that aren't very good. So I hear, but I mean, I haven't really been keeping updated. But yeah, Unreal just fit my needs better, so I used it, and I'm happy I chose that. But it wasn't because it was better, like objectively or anything like that, because it's kind of hard to determine that. But I looked at myself and I thought, well, what can I do? What are my capabilities? And I knew that I really hated like physics and maths, like complicated stuff like that. And I know that I've kind of tackled that recently, but at the time, just getting a basic character, like getting a character to move and jump and have that work properly is easier with Unreal than at least at the time, it was easier to do in Unreal than it was in Unity. And I was like, well, that's the most important thing I need to get started on. And I had done a prototype the year before where it was a similar kind of game, but with Unity. And it was just, I had so many bugs with the gravity and getting the character to have inertia and like those things. And it was like doing it in Unity without the pre-established libraries of Unreal was just a pain for me, because I'm not a particularly gifted programmer. So it's like, you know, I'll just use what is going to suit me better, and that's what I did. So yeah, a bit of a tangent there, I know, but it's just like a software, it's tools. They're all very interesting. Indeed. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure, because I've got a lot of intersecting lines that I should probably clean here, and I'm just trying to figure out like the best combination of things I think I should maybe move these down. Yeah, a lot of spaghetti here. Yeah. Also, yeah, like with 3D programs as well in particular, just to go off what Babitaz is saying, with like Maya and 3ds Max, I used them both. I thought they were great, but they also do a lot that I don't use, like, because they're built for film. Like 3ds Max is like, I think it's I think they only use that in like Europe for games, and then for Maya, people use that to make movies and stuff. And it's like, it's got a lot of features and rendering, which is great, but I'm not going to use any of that. And it's like, if I'm going to pay money for this software, like I don't need like a good renderer, because I'm going to be using a game engine as a renderer. And all this advanced rigging stuff, like they have a lot of cool rigging tools in Maya, but a lot of them don't translate to game engines because you can't import animation controllers in a game engine. It only needs bones. So it's like, all right, well, and I guess Blender, I know that it's got a lot of the same features now that Maya and Max have in terms of cinematics and film, but it just feels more lightweight. It feels like it doesn't overwhelm you with all of these features that film people use normally. And I feel like I can just get in, make something for a game, and then get out, and it just feels like it's out of my way. And it's free, which is also very appealing. And I guess Unreal is, funny enough, ironically enough, it's kind of going in the direction that I didn't like about Maya, because people are using Unreal for film now, which is like cool. But I think Unreal does just a good enough job of keeping stuff out of the way so that you do what you want. And, you know, it's like when I look at this menu, I'm not overwhelmed, you know, like everything, I know what everything does. And if I need to know what something else does, I know where to go looking. And it's not, I felt like 3ds Max, just from what I remember about the interface, it was just a bit much because it was powerful, but it was also, that was kind of the negative thing as well, is that it was almost too powerful. And it's like, you know, this is maybe a bit much for what I need. But yeah, but it's been a while since I've really used any of those. So just give me a second to think. I think I'm just gonna like take these and just move these out of the way for a sec, because these are throwing me off quite a bit. So I'm just trying to focus on this area and straighten this up before sorry, I just hit my mic. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm just gonna try and clean all this up before I hop off. Oh yeah. Fishy, I'm with you there, man, with the animation. Yeah, a lot of the times when I had like a character project I wanted to do, I really just wanted to go to the animation part. But yeah, you have to go through the modeling, and I really hate it, but it's part of it. It's weird. After I do it for a while, I kind of enjoy it. But then when I have to switch gears to another thing, I then hate that thing. And then I eventually get used to it. It's like that with everything for me, really. Like if I have to go program something, and if I was just doing concept art, I'm gonna hate it because it's like, oh man, I'm in concept art mode. I don't want to program. But then after like, you know, a day, I'll be like, yeah, you know, I think programming is my favorite now. And then I'll go back to concept art. It's like, oh, I don't want to do concept art. And then after a day, I'll be like, you know, maybe concept art's my favorite. And it kind of, yeah, it's like getting into a cold pool for me. Every time I switch gears to do something. But I definitely do have my favorites and least favorites. I don't really know what my absolute favorite is, but I know that I don't like modeling that much. And I don't like texturing. And I definitely don't like texturing rocks or doing that stuff. Rocks are the worst. But I know that I do like animating, and I do like rigging. That's pretty fun. I used to not like rigging so much, but if you do it the right way, it's a bit more tolerable. I'm trying to think what else. I can't remember. Drawing is always kind of. I never have a tough time getting back into drawing. I think it's because I've been doing that the longest, so I feel it's less of I need less of an adjusting period to jump from something to drawing. Yeah. Oh, Flash. I don't think I ever touched Flash. I kind of missed the Flash train. I was a bit too young. I think it's called Animate now, isn't it? trying to think of, because like I don't like how all of these are overlapping. This is really, I don't like when this happens. So I'm trying to think if there's something I can do here. Or maybe actually, yeah, you know what? Maybe there is. It's this. This needs to come up here. I mean, I'll move that down a bit and move that here. I'm just trying to make this very tidy, but there's a lot going on in this code, so I'm not sure how tidy I'll be able to make it. It's probably one of the more challenging nodes I've had to clean up. Because there's so much going on here, it's like I don't even know, I can't even keep track of it. But maybe this should like be up here somewhere. And this maybe should all come down. Maybe this should actually just go there. Yeah, there we go. I feel like that should kind of sit bang on straight with that. Well, yeah, this is looking more identical now, these two bits. So I think this is for the climb, this bit of code, the wall climb, which I think I'll also need to actually work on a bit. But I want to make some room for the new stuff. So I'm just going to move that all the way down here for a moment. And I want to put this like here. It's like cable management, which I also enjoy doing. I remember like spending like a whole afternoon because I like replaced my desk back in December. I think I like spent the entire afternoon just cable managing everything. I don't know, there's something like oddly relaxing about it. Can't quite put my finger on it, but just like making order from chaos, just, I don't know, I like it. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I could contribute much to this Flash conversation. I never touched Flash, ever. I had a friend, though, who was really into it. This was, like, back when I was in, like, primary school. I used to go to, like, this sort of drawing club thing. It was something up at my local shops that I would go to after school. And I must have been maybe 11 or 10 or 11 years old. And I had this guy who... was teaching, because the business was run by some old dude, but they had this young guy who was actually really pretty hip, and he was very into Flash, and he had this really cool Matrix kind of project that he was doing, and he had like he's the guy who showed me Newgrounds for the first time, and I wasn't really on Newgrounds, like I didn't have an account, but I remember going on the website to look at his animations, and that's kind of my nostalgia with Newgrounds, because I still kind of feel a bit nostalgic about it. Because I just remember looking at this guy's stuff, and he had like this trailer he had made in Flash for this Matrix-esque project. I don't know if it was going to be a movie or like a show. I think it was like a short film that him and his friends were doing. He was like animating it all, and he got his friends to do the voices. And it was like this, it was about this robot character that was a computer virus. And there was this thing where they have like a Neo character, and the internet has been taken over by viruses. I mean, he's inserted into like the Matrix to fight and the viruses are like these physical robot guys in the Matrix, or they call it the internet, but it's basically like the Matrix. And then there's this thing where like, you know, the viruses invade the real world, and it was really cool. And it had that cheesy like Flash look and sound to it. And I just remember like the low quality explosion sounds that like everyone would use. And I don't know, it just takes me back. But yeah, he was like one of my inspirations the teacher I had, who was like kind of running the show, because he was like, I think he must have been like 19 or something. He was young. He was pretty young, and he was like, you know, kind of hip and into what kids were into, right? Because the old guy who ran the place, he could like only draw caricatures like Hanna-Barbera style, and then like Mickey Mouse, and that was it. That's all he knew how to do, and no one wanted to learn that because it was like old. What everyone wanted to learn was like manga. How do we draw anime and manga stuff? Because all of us were watching like Bakugan and Digimon and stuff back then. And this guy the young dude, he knew what we wanted, so he would teach us, like he would show me drawing reference for like anime stuff and drawing tips and stuff here and there. And yeah, I just remember like, because this like the stuff he was showing us, like you could have really learned that anywhere. But what I did like was that he actually kind of he was like an example you could follow, because he had us all work on this comic as like a project. And we did it for like, I think I was there for like, I can't remember, it might have been like 10 weeks or so. But he had us all work on this little comic strip together. And it was like a Smash, you know, like the Subspace Emissary in Smash Bros. Brawl? It was basically like that. We all had our OCs, and they all had their own backstories. And he had us all collaborate on this one comic, and there must have been like 5 of us. And we all had our own characters like interacting with each other, trying to save the world from this big evil hand. And it was actually, because they have that hand in Smash Bros. And the guy, we had these gloves that were like these hands, and it was like a symbol. So I don't know if there was like some inspiration there, but I just remember it was like cool to, yeah, well that was like the dude who introduced me to Flash and stuff. And it was like, I just remember he kind of embodied like the 2000s, like early art sort of he showed me DeviantArt as well. That was the other website he introduced me to. So I remember he was like the first guy I followed on DeviantArt. But yeah, and it was just cool because it's like, oh, this guy, he has ideas and he can execute them and make stuff. And I was like, that's cool. I want to do that. So yeah. But yeah, dude, 2000s, man, I miss it. The thing is that I missed out on a lot of it too, which I'm a bit sad about, because there was so much I didn't experience. Like I didn't have a MySpace account. I never went into that. I didn't have like AOL Messenger. I didn't have, like, there was so much I missed. And it's like, man, what I wouldn't give to just go back to that. Maybe, you know, maybe The Matrix was right. Maybe Agent Smith was right. Maybe like the late 90s, early 2000s was indeed the peak of the human civilization, as they say, or of our civilization. I say your civilization because it's really became our civilization. I rewatched The Matrix recently. It's such a great that film. Like, it doesn't age. I don't know what it is, but it still looks like a good movie to me. It's like the one movie I watch that just, no matter how many times I watch it, it just doesn't age. It's just always perfect. Like, it just perfectly captures like the 2000s, I think. Or like, I guess it's kind of more of a late 90s, maybe. But it feels 2000s enough for me to respect it as like, this is what the 2000s was. Because I remember, I think at the time, the most popular DVD was, like in 2002, the most popular DVD was The Matrix, and the most popular DVD player was the PlayStation 2. So when you put those two together in like one picture, for me, it's like, you could just describe like the 2000s, I think, with like that picture. Just to get, it doesn't necessarily encapsulate everything, but it kind of gives you the vibe of like what that time period felt like, because they had, you know, the gadget phones that were kind of looked more like toys than phones, which I think every gadget kind of embodies every gadget. You know, like those Macs that they used to have, the with the translucent backdrop. What are they like? It was one of the early iMac models, like those. It's like the same thing where it's like it kind of looks more like a toy than a product. But that charm was just everywhere, and that's like, to me, that's like what the Matrix phones kind of represent. And like the music, there was like a lot of rock in the Matrix soundtrack. Like they licensed a lot of like cool rock techno music, which was kind of what music sounded like during that decade. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like it's like watching the Matrix is like getting a swab of like the 2000s in one thing. I feel like. And I know there's like heaps more to the 2000s, you know, there's a lot of stuff in there, but I think the feeling of The Matrix kind of gets it across. Have I watched Godzilla vs. No, not really. I don't know, I mean, if someone took me to see it, I would go, but I don't really go out and watch films now that I think about it. Unless it's like a Makoto Shinkai movie, then I'll go see it, but I don't know. Or maybe if it's, I was gonna say maybe an Avengers movie, but they kind of did. There's no more Avengers movies really. They got like the new Widowmaker. What's her name? Black Widow. I was gonna say Widowmaker. Black Widow. They got her thing coming out. I don't know if I'll see that unless one of my friends wants to. I don't know. I feel like the movies that I would want to watch probably aren't in a cinema for the most part. I feel like there's probably heaps of movies I would enjoy that I just haven't discovered, and they were probably made 10 years ago, or they're probably buried under like heaps of Netflix recommendations, but I'm sure they're probably in there somewhere. Oh yeah, we do need to watch Tenet. Oh, is it on Netflix? Hell yeah, we gotta watch that. See, but that wasn't in cinemas though, was it? Because of COVID. I think if I remembered to leave the house and if COVID wasn't happening, that probably would be one movie I think I would have seen. Oh, Google Play movies. Oh, Google Play still. I didn't know that was still a thing. Oh, is it not on Netflix now? Oh, man, what I wouldn't kill for a NordVPN sponsor right about now. Maybe it does exist in one of those countries somewhere. Okay, so I'm just looking at these notes. I think this is as neat as I'm probably gonna get them. Actually, no, I could make it slightly neater if I do this. Actually, even better. I don't think I need those redirectors there. I can just, boom, do that. Yeah, that's nice. Now there's all this stuff down here though that I gotta sort through. I think I can just run these cables underneath all this stuff and that should still look good, hopefully. Or not. Actually, yeah. I just realized that there's this whole bit here that I haven't cleaned yet. And my god, that looks like a mess. Oh no. Might be here for a little bit. I just want to clean this before I go there, because I'm not going to be able to sleep knowing that this isn't done. So there's now my mission. I must finish what I started. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I thought Google Play had shut down or something. I don't know. I thought it had they had sunsetted it, or maybe I'm thinking of something else. But I've never used like Google Play ever. I think I've got music that's on Google Play though, because I don't know. But I've never personally used it. Oh yeah, I forgot. So yeah, Matrix was filmed. That's the funny thing, because I was watching Matrix recently, and yeah, it's filmed in Australia for those who don't know, which is like where I live. So I was like rewatching it, right? And they have like the, oh, can I get the scene? Where's it's the rooftop scene. Everyone knows the rooftop scene. I know I gotta clean my code up, but I just want to talk about how funny this is. Because I have like the roof, maybe this isn't, no, it's a bit ahead. So it's like, you know, where he's like dodging the bullets like this. Because like there's buildings in this background that I recognize. And I just think it's hilarious. Because there's this one building that's like kind of a meme in Sydney. It's called the UTS building. And it's the ugliest building that you have ever seen. But it's in the Matrix. You can actually see it. So if we like pause at just the right moment. What shot is it in? That might be it. Maybe not, actually. I know it's in this sequence somewhere. Can we spot? Yeah, there it is. There it is. The UTS building. So, for those who can't see it, I don't know if I can zoom in. If I do this, I'm gonna try something wacky. Does that zoom in for you guys? Or does that only zoom in for me? I think it only zooms in for me. I have no clue if this actually zooms in for you guys or not. I'm just using the Windows zoom. But right here, that's the UTS building, and it's like out of focus, but oh, it does. Oh, it zooms in for you guys? Okay, cool, awesome. I can just zoom in then. But let's if I search the UTS building, because they have like more than one UTS building now, but everyone knows that when I say UTS building, they think of this. It's like, yeah, this one. This is what it used to look like back. They've just changed the sign. But apparently, I heard from one of my friends that apparently the way that they've built this, like they can't deconstruct it and rebuild it, because if they tried to do it, it would like collapse or something. So like because of the specific way they've built it, they have to leave it like that apparently. But yeah, it's in the Matrix. It's just right in the background right there. And so yeah, every time I gotta make like a bingo or something whenever I watch it next. And like, yeah, just like tick off or like take a shot every time the UTS building shows up. But it's like all over the film. It's not just in this shot. It's like in a lot of the rooftop scenes because it's all filmed in Sydney. So yeah, but like the scene where because I know that this scene is very iconic, and I just love how not only is the scene iconic, but like the UTS building, it was part of it. So yeah, fun story though. My dad used to work here, so I've got a bit of a history with UTS building, bit of family ties to it. My dad was a physics lecturer for this was like a long time ago. It was like maybe 30 years ago. At this particular building, and yeah, the inside is just as ugly as the outside, because I remember we would go to pick them up sometimes and I would look like on the inside and it's like, you know, gloss yellow floors, brown walls. Like it's of its time, that's for sure. They've got this new building now that looks like a shopping bag that I've heard people call it. I've like walked past this a lot and it's cool, but yeah, it's not as iconic as this though. Anyway, sorry, that's a huge tangent on the UTS building in the Matrix. But yeah, but every time I walk in the city, I always think of that scene. Hold on. Every time I'm walking around, because I'll meet up with my friends there sometimes, and I always think of this scene, because I've like been on this street before, and we'll be walking, and I'm just expecting to see like an agent pop out. Like, yeah, this exact area. I don't know the exact street name, but I know where it is. Like in my mental head. But yeah, it's just so funny how it's like, yeah, it's just kind of surreal, because every time I go to the city now, I just think that I'm actually not there and I'm actually plugged into some septic tank in the future. But yeah, so maybe I should make that building an emote, like in my chat room. Can we get some UTSs in the chat? And it's just like, we'll just post that picture of that building. But yeah, it's a landmark. People always say that the Harbour Bridge is the landmark of Sydney, but no, they're wrong. Anyone who says that is dead wrong. It's the UTS building, man. That's where it's at. I don't remember seeing the frickin' Opera House in Matrix. I don't remember seeing... Where was the opera when Neo was dodging bullets? Where's the Opera House then? Yeah, I didn't think so. The UTS building, he was there though. He saw everything. I gotta make that an emote. The UTS building. The only thing though is that I don't think anyone who is like not in Sydney, like they're not gonna get it. Because like no one knows to look out for that building. Only people who like know what the UTS building is will know. And that's like, yeah, maybe that'll be like a secret club. We'll call it the UTS club. All right, so let me, because I just remembered I had this earlier bit of code that was also very jumbled, so I'm gonna have to clean this bit up as well. So I'll try and get through this as quick as I can. Yeah, I'll make it an emote when I get some time. I think it has to be like in a specific size or format to make it into an emote, so I'll look into that. But I think only subs though. Only subs can use emotes, if I remember. So yeah, that'll be like the new appealing. Like it's like, why should I sub to Ray? It's like, because you get to use the UTS building in the chat. That'll be like the selling point, and I guarantee you, I'm gonna get flooded with subscriptions. because everyone knows UTS building, man. That's where it's at. It was there for the Matrix. Wait, Gregor, you didn't know I was an, like, what nationality did you think I was? Of course I'm Australian. What do I sound like? What am I, Canadian? What am I, American? No, dude. Well, actually, technically, I'm only half Australian. But I do indeed reside in the upside down island of the Australian. Wait, did you actually think I was Canadian? Oh my god, that's hilarious. I think I did a poll, actually. I did a poll a while back, and I actually asked people, it's like, do I sound Canadian? Because every Australian keeps saying that I sound Canadian. Like, every time I would go to get my hair cut, it's like, oh, where are you from, man? And it's just like, here? And like, oh, no, it just I thought you were from Canada. And it's like, no. Nope. Well, that's funny. I don't know. Oh, I thought everyone here. I didn't know there was any Australians watching. That's funny. I thought everyone here was like American, because let's face it, who's like? Well, actually, no. You know what? Australia is actually it's just a neighborhood in Los Angeles, of course, as we all know. So I just assumed everyone was in Los Angeles. You know. Just trying to think. Yeah, I don't like when nodes go up. I want it to be straight, but then it curves up here and it makes me upset. What can I do? Also, yeah, I don't know what's going on with this thing. I feel like that should maybe go there. Wait, there ain't... Don't prank me, guys. Don't do this to me. You guys can't all be Australian. There's no way we can all be Australian. Only one of us can be Australian, because that's the rules. Australians are very rare. If we're all Australian, then I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. My audience lied to me. I did a poll. Everyone said they were from the state. I think there was like a 50-50 split between the states and the Europes. And I was like, okay, I guess there's no Australians then. And then here we are, we got some Australians here. You guys lied to me. I don't know if I could trust you now. Fake rare. No, are you saying Australians are fake? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that we're not? You know what? Yeah, you're probably right though. Australia is a rumor. It hasn't actually been proven to exist yet, from what I hear. The Los Angeles police have... Well, not the... What am I saying? I was going to say the Los Angeles police haven't found it yet, but it's like, why would the police be in charge of uncharting new territory? I don't know. Whoever's in charge of doing that, whoever's in charge of finding continents, they haven't actually found the real Australia yet. It's actually just Los Angeles, dude. You know what's good, fishy. Well, actually, well, yeah, because remember, guys, it was in the Matrix. This is actually just the Matrix city, so it actually, unless you like have the same mentality as Cypher, then it's not real. And you might say, like, no, that's where you're wrong, Trinity. I think Australia is more real than this country. So that might be what you say, but I mean, look what happened to Cypher in the movie. He didn't turn out so well for him, so... Yeah. I'm actually curious though, like... Well, yeah, actually, here's something. The Adam Street Bridge in the Matrix is not actually... Get this. It's not actually on Adam Street. I know. It's not real. There's actually no such thing as the Adam Street Bridge. It does exist, but it's actually not on Adam Street. It's on some... It's like on some other... I can't remember the name of it now. I looked this up like last week because I was like, I actually want to go to the Adam Street Bridge, but I don't. It's not on Adam Street though. It's let me Google it. I can't remember it now. It's like on Campbell Street. That's it. It's like on the intersection between Campbell and Elizabeth Street in Chinatown. So yeah, it's all a lie. Australia isn't real. Basically. So unless like some authority from Los Angeles can point to me that the Adam Street Bridge does exist, then yeah, I'm not convinced otherwise. I gotta wait for confirmation from the higher ups on that one. But no, honestly, I was pretty devastated when I learned that, because I was like, why would they change the name? If it's a real location, if it's on Campbell Street, why not just call it the Campbell Street Bridge? But I don't know, man. I guess there was some very important plot reason it needed to be called the Adam Street Bridge. Maybe it's like a Bible reference or something, I don't know. I know that there's a lot of references like that in the Matrix. But, yeah. I'm just trying to think. So these nodes, because that needs to be spread out, because I don't like when nodes, I don't like when this happens, when it bends backwards. I try to avoid that happening. So yeah, because I'm just thinking, because there's this. Actually, this needs to, yeah, I don't know why I put that down there. That's silly. This needs to be. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, because I've got all this space here. It's like, why is this empty? That needs to be up here. That's why. Boom. Gregory, man, I'm gonna have to ask you to speak English in my chat, please. I don't know what this Shakespeare's what's going on. This is not how we talk here in Los Angeles. That's not the native language of Los Angeles, my man. I'm gonna have to. No, that's not what the Los Angeles government says. They don't speak like that. Only Shakespeare speaks like that, and he was a fictional character written by some dude in Los Angeles. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, man. Last time I was in Los Angeles, which is right now, by the way, I don't remember people using these fancy old English words. I don't remember that happening. Because isn't it the case? Because I don't know. I don't visit America like at all, but I do know that there's the American accent, but it also kind of changes depending on the city you're in. I don't know what it is for Los Angeles though. I know that like New York has a specific dialect and that Texas has one, but I don't know what it is for Los Angeles though. I've got no clue. I don't know what makes a Los Angeles person sound like they're from Los Angeles. I'm not quite, I don't know. Is there an accent? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm just making stuff up. I don't even know if that exists. But I figured it must do, right? Because every state has like, well, maybe not every state. I don't know. How do you? Because the states are tiny over there in the states. You have a lot of them, but they're all very small. Whereas here in this undisclosed country I happen to be in, the states are like huge. Like we have a state that's like a quarter of the entire landmass. Valley Go accent. Ah, yeah, that's. I think yeah, that's the one. I think that's the one I was thinking. It's funny how I'm guessing it's called Valley Go because of Silicon Valley. If it's not, I'm gonna be very confused if it's not named after Silicon Valley. So I'm just looking at all this. And I think this maybe should go not, I think it should go under like this maybe, or not. Maybe I'll leave it on top like that. Okay, I think this is almost cleaned up. Or actually, why is that there? What's going on? Actually, yeah, what's this? Where does this even plug into? See, that's the thing. That's one of the reasons why I try and put effort in to make this neat, because then I want to be able to look at it and go, okay, I can see where things plug into. Because if you have stuff like going all over, it's like you can't see where stuff plugs in, and it just makes it hard to read. So I know I tend to spend a lot of time on this part of the coding process, but I think it's one of the most important, because if the code is messy, then it's, well, yeah, it's just not fun, you know. Because I want to be able to look at this in a few years and be able to read it and go, oh, that's what that does. Okay, this is looking a bit better now. I know it, like, you can only make it so neat with the amount of stuff that's going on, but I reckon this might be This might be enough. I do need to name these, because I do have these unnamed variables though, which I should probably fix. I should probably think of tooltips for these too, because I don't actually remember what this one does. I know that it's used for something important, and that's it. San Fernando, what? Is this some made up place? What is this? I haven't been there. And if I haven't been there, it doesn't exist. Code is written once but read many times. Dude, that's pretty prophetic. That's like very, very deep. I like that quote. It is read a lot. It's also executed even more times. Not that anyone cares, but the computer does. Okay. I think this is maybe, oh yeah, I was just, okay, so I think the nodes are like maybe 99%. I'm just gonna like shift all this out because there's this huge gap right here, so I'm gonna move that. I think that's like probably as clean as I could get the nodes, probably. But now it's time to name those variables. So yeah, I think I just made one new variable and it's called new var 0, and I have no idea what this does, even though I only made it an hour ago. See, that's why you gotta keep stuff clean. Because if I made this an hour ago and if I kind of remember it, it's like, dude, that's not good, man. That's bad. That's like not efficient. Well, no, it's not that it's not efficient. It's just like it makes things difficult when you can't remember what stuff does. So this is used over here, which I could probably move this down, and I could probably, I'll keep that there actually. So that is we'll call this surface acceleration timer. And I'm trying to think about what this does, because I like writing tooltips for my variables, just so that I really know what they do. What does this do? This surface acceleration timer, this basically, it looks at this, or basically it's multiplied with, well, it's used to control the acceleration. So I'll start with that. Actually, I'll use Notepad because this tooltip box is tiny. So let's get Notepad. So this is used to, well, multiplied by traversal acceleration to accelerate, well, used to, I'll just rewrite that. Used to accelerate actor while traversing surface. This value is reset when there is no input from the actor. Well, not input, no movement input from the actor. I reckon that's probably the best I could do at explaining what this does. Used to accelerate the actor while traversing the surface. This value is reset when there's no movement. Because that's essentially why I'm not using the other timer I've got. Because this timer can't be set back to 0. This has to keep going up. But this needs to be set back to 0 when a specific circumstance comes, such as when I let go of the look stick, or not the look stick, the movement stick. When I let that go, it needs to go back to 0 and then reset the acceleration curve. That's essentially what that does. So I think that tooltip should be enough for me to remember what this is for. Yeah. I think that's everything. I could go in like, because I've got a big comment bubble I'm going to put around all this. And I could break it down and put more comment bubbles, but I think just for time's sake, I'm just going to leave it as is. And if I need to go and comment stuff in later, I might. But as much as I want the code to be as perfect as I want, sometimes we don't get what we want, you know? Sometimes you just got to call it finished. So I think that's everything. I think I've cleaned up this function pretty well, and the other one. So hopefully this still, hopefully it still works. Okay, it still works. It's just frame rate's a bit low because I've got that open. Alrighty, I think that's gonna be it. I think that's I know it's still a little rough in some areas. Like I kind of slow down instantly, which I do want to change. But the rest of most of everything else seems to be fine. I might just slow her acceleration down a little bit though. And I have a compiler warning. Why is that? Oh, wait a second. I had that. Why did I have that turned on? Okay, and I also want to make this hidden. I need to put this variable in the right category. Oh wait, did it not save my tool? Oh, it's because I didn't copy paste the tooltip in. There we go. Now I just need to put that in the surface traversal part, and we'll put this underneath the other timer. So I do have a timer in here. Surface traverse. Where did I put that? Traverse magnetism, climb speed. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we'll put this here. Okay, now we should be ready to save that. Sweet. Don't compiler warnings, which is good. And I was going to do one more. Yeah, so I was just going to change something with Gabby. Here she is. So let's, I was just going to make her acceleration a little slower. What did I have it set to? I think I have it set to 2, so we'll make that 1, just so I can get a bit of that excess speed still. I could do something where I have different speeds for decelerating and excess. So if I'm like going from a slower speed to a higher speed, I could make that the speed of transition for that different to then when you're going faster speed and slowing down. I could do that. I might do that, but I think for the moment it seems okay. Because I'm just trying to look at the wall and it's like, I still want to have a bit of excess speed. I want it to kind of taper off. But it seems to be really hard to go past 39 kilometers. I can't seem to gain more speed than that, which is kind of funny story actually, because I know that like something like Titanfall, for example, has very fluid movement, and I was thinking, well, how do they manage people not going infinitely fast? Because you wall run and you can gain speed, and then when you jump, you get more speed, and I'm like, well, how do they solve that? It turns out they actually, yeah, they just have like a hard limit, like a speed limit for the wall run. Like it'll just slow you down to like 33 kilometers, and I was like, oh, well, that's okay. This is not what I was thinking it would be, but now mine kind of does that, but it tries to do it more smoothly. But it's hard to notice. I think it only really becomes noticeable when you do have a lot of extra speed. So if I was to like go down one of these really steep ramps, maybe something a bit steeper than that actually. Like if I went down this steep ramp, you can see there, oh, well that was actually very instant. Let me try that again. Maybe I need to adjust the value a bit. Or maybe I plugged something in wrong. That also is possible. So I should be able to gain a lot of speed and then... Okay, well it does slow me down very quick. Now this I did try fixing earlier, but this is just because this specific level was made out of BSPs and I just get this error when I use BSPs, so don't worry about that. Let me just double check to make sure I plugged everything in correctly. A moment of refreshment when I started playing it. Oh really? Oh yeah, because I guess I was just cleaning code. I wasn't actually playing the game. We'll do a quick playthrough of a level though to close things off, but I just want to double check that I didn't plug something in the wrong way. Yeah. Actually no, is this the right? No, this isn't the right blueprint. That's the wrong one. I don't want the character, I want the component. Oh, that's the ledge grab stuff. Where's the wall run? That's the grind. There's the wall run, yeah. I can close Notepad now, probably. So... I'm just gonna quickly look through and make sure that it looks fine. Yeah, this part looks okay. Yeah, I mean, it looks alright. I don't see anything. It's just the deceleration just feels a bit too instant. And I'm thinking, do I have the acceleration too high, or I don't know. What do I actually have it set to? I have it set to 1, which I feel maybe I'll just do 0.5. I don't know. It just feels like that feels a bit more gradual. But now let's try the same thing when I have some excess speed. Oh, not that room. Maybe this has a hill I can slide down. Yeah, that feels better. Okay, so I'll try and show you guys that. So then it's kind of the lower I make that number, the more excess momentum it lets you keep. That's kind of the way, that's how you should kind of think about that number. Oh, yeah, I gotta when the ramps are too steep, I have some trouble jumping. Okay, yeah, that felt good, because it's like, I still have extra speed, but it's not taking it away immediately, but it does take it away after a little, like it slowly kind of takes it away. So where's I guess this level, yeah, let's like play through something. This level does have some steep staircases that I could test this on. So, and I have managed to gain a lot of momentum in this level in the past. So you can see here, yeah, I'm actually going pretty fast. Like for a moment there, I was going like 40 kilometers an hour on the wall run, which is like a lot. That's like, well, that's faster than my base speed. Just trying to think, because this area, if you like chain them, you kind of, yeah, you could probably feel it, but if you want to like look at the precise numbers, the speedometer kind of tells me that I'm going about 50 when I do this. Yeah, so it lets me keep some speed, but it also doesn't let me keep it too long, which is, it feels, to me at least, it feels like it's balanced a bit better than what I had it on before, where it just instantly caps the speed, or it lets you keep it forever. Because none of that felt good. It was just like, it's either too punishing or too rewarding, but I think I'm onto something with these values. So if you're paying attention to like this, if you want to look at the numbers, I'm like 30, what was I going? 39, well it's at 39, but if I like try and gain a lot of speed, I can gain speed a lot by I think like zigzagging between these two because of the air speed. You can see here it's like, wait. It's a bit harder to chain them now, which is kind of good because I don't want it to be too easy. I want it to be kind of like, oh, like actually kind of hopping between two walls. I want that to kind of be, to put that on the edge of your seat a bit, you know? I don't want it to just be like easy where anyone can just do it without really focusing. So you kind of do have to pay attention a bit. Like, yeah, I don't know if you could see, I really messed up that. Maybe I should use the controller actually. I might have an easier time. I didn't hit that wall right though, but I think if I can play it and concentrate, I think I can get some speed. So let's do an experiment. Oh yeah, I've thought about like a trick system, although it's something I need animations for, so I haven't really prioritized it. But I do think something like that would be nice. Something I was thinking to implement a while ago, but yeah, I was like, I could probably code it, but you wouldn't be able to know if you were doing tricks because it just relies only, like, it's just animation is literally all it kind of relies on, so. And I'm not really in the mood to make more animations when I've got all this other stuff, so. It's on the list somewhere, but it's, yeah. Okay, so if I change, I'm having a bit of an easier time. Yeah, you can sort of see I was going like 40 kilometers and it kind of went down to 30. If I go down a ramp, let's see. You'll also notice as well, I don't think I brought this up yet, but the double jump I've changed a lot recently. I'm not sure if anyone's really picked up on it, but I think I might remove the air dash and just have the double jump, or I don't know. I still actually don't know if I'm gonna even have this, but I changed the wall jump, not the wall jump, sorry, the double jump to be Well, it's okay. So there's like a different kind of dynamic, I guess, because in my previous builds, you had a lot of air control. You could jump off this ledge and jump back the other way and land on that same ledge. Like I used to have a lot of control. Now you can't really do that anymore. Like I used to be able to jump and then, you know, kind of go back without double jumping. But I figured that is a little too easy with that much air control. So I now have it so that your air control is reduced by a lot, but the double jump lets you regain a lot of that air control. Because I don't know if you guys saw, but if I double jump the other way, I can land back on the ledge. And you normally can't do that with the default double jump that Unreal has. It doesn't actually change the direction you move in, it just adds a bit of height. But what I've done is I've basically had it so that when you double jump, it gets whatever velocity you're moving on the X and the Y, and it just redirects it to whichever way the input is being moved. So if I'm in like strafe mode, which I've just added for the moment to test stuff with, and if I'm like moving and if I jump this way and then jump the other way, like if I move diagonally and then the other, you can see I can kind of jump the complete opposite direction, and I can just completely change directions midair. Because it just takes whatever velocity I've got on the X and Y and redirects it to whichever. It's not the way the character's facing though. Keep that in mind. It's the way that the joystick, the way I'm moving that. So it means if you had like a first person game, it would also work. Like if this was in first person, you could double jump backwards or side to side like this. And I don't know, like just implementing that, I was like, this is kind of, it's more challenging and more fun to me than just giving you air control without you having to do anything. Because now you kind of have to actually think about, well, okay, I have to steer my character, I have to press jump at the right time, and it just adds a bit of extra skill and timing to it, which I thought would be a good thing. You can still use that kick as well, which kind of does the same. I'm not sure if that'll stay, but I think the double jump, I feel like it gives something to the kind of air movement that I liked more than just having free air movement for no reason. Now it's like you kind of have to earn it. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw that just then. But I was gaining a bit of speed. I don't know how I did that, but I gained quite a bit of speed just for one of those walls. Got up to like 42 kilometers. I don't know how I did that. Yeah, see there, 49, and then it goes back to 39. But it seems to be still kind of quick, so I don't know. Maybe you can't gain that much speed after all. Which is good, because I didn't want you to be able to gain... Because then we just have the infinite momentum glitch like last time, so maybe that's resolved itself. It's possible. But yeah, now I can do that thing where I can stop, which is nice. But yeah, I think I might need different acceleration and deceleration speeds though, because yeah, accelerating from here is so slow. I think I might need another number for that. Oh yeah, I also forgot to change... Oh, what's this? Okay, well this... Oh, this might be that... Yeah, actually, that might be that bug from the other level, maybe. That should only happen in that VSP level. That shouldn't be happening anywhere else. So let me like open interchange again. Actually, yeah, no, before I do that, I was going to make... Because I've got Gabby's duration set really high for the wall run. So let me turn that back down to the normal duration, which... what? I keep losing where that variable is. I know it's in here. Detection, like max traversal duration or something. Yeah, here we go. So let's divide that. Was it 1.6? I don't remember it being 1.6. 1.2, yeah, that's more like it, yeah. All right, now we have the right properties. Now let's like play through a level. I want to try the skyport, and I know that it's kind of hard to play through that map now because the level wasn't designed for the momentum system, but it's got the most, like, I don't know, it's got a start to end to it, which is kind of nice for testing sometimes. Yeah, I'm actually, yeah, with the strafe mode, because I don't know about it. I don't know if I'm going to make that, like, make the entire game just a strafe camera instead. It's something I've played around with, mainly because it kind of gives you... It's kind of easier to navigate small spaces when the camera is closer to you, which I like, and I do want to... The idea of smaller spaces is appealing to me because I kind of want to make the most out of the little, like... whenever I think the philosophy I've got for the level design going forward right now is how much can I squeeze out of the least amount of space? Because I really don't like building large maps. Or at least I don't like building large maps for the sake of them being large. I really want to squeeze out every bit of content I can from whatever space. Like if I make a 10 meter like level, I want that to be the most action-packed 10 meters I could think of. So the idea of having smaller play spaces is appealing, and it's hard to do because the camera is very far away from Gabby. And if you go in an interior, it feels claustrophobic. Like, this is probably the most confined space I can put her in without it feeling too tight. And this is already kind of big. Like, this is like 6 meters across, 20 meters down this way. So I don't know, it's something I'm not sure about yet, but I've just got it in mapped to my trigger mainly because I can use it to set her rotation, because she'll just face towards the camera, which comes in handy sometimes. So that's kind of why I use it mainly, but I usually disable it when I have the builds. But yeah, let's play through this level now with the new camera system and the new wall run. Just want to see. Yeah, so granted this level is not designed for this moveset now, but I just want to see how well I can play through something with it. Okay, yeah, there's some collision problems with these crates, of course. So I'm kind of not going to worry about that, because these use complex collisions when they really shouldn't. They should really be using simple collision, but I just couldn't be bothered to make collisions for these yet. Because who knows, maybe I'll replace these models. Maybe I won't. Maybe I will. I don't know. But yeah, so a lot of this, I'm not even touching the right stick. The camera is just rotating on its own, which I don't know if you guys even noticed, but yeah, for me, I didn't even notice until just then. I was like, oh, I didn't have to move the camera, which is nice. Yeah, that's something I thought of too. That's actually a good point for sure. I was thinking maybe, you know, I have a cast around Gabby that when she gets in a small space, the camera like zooms in a bit or something, but I don't know. I'm wondering if, in general, what would feel better just overall. Because you can see here, like if I move the camera here, like this kind of feels awkward because the camera is like kind of not where it's supposed to, and it keeps trying to zoom in to her waist whenever there's like an object in the way, and it feels like, I don't like it. But in open spaces, there's some advantages, because at least it gives you a big view of where you are and what's around you, which is good. I've even kind of framed her in a way where she'll be like, the camera's actually not rotate, because rotating it this way, this is actually what's level with the ground. This is 0, but I've actually rotated the camera downwards slightly so you can kind of see the ground ahead of you a bit better. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to play around with that a bit more, I guess. And because the thing is too, is that it's not something you can really decide very lightly. Because cameras, if you like, I don't know, I've done a lot of experimenting with cameras, and I feel like depending on where you place it, it can change the feeling of your game significantly. So I definitely want to make a very informed choice on the camera placement, because it could fundamentally change the mood of the game experience, which is kind of a big deal. So if I made the camera like isometric, it would feel very different. If I made it like a 2D platformer, that would change a lot. If I had the camera very close, like over the shoulder, like this kind of, it would, you know, it's like the difference between God of War 3 and God of War PS4, you know, the game's very different, but just the camera placement made it a very different experience too. Because in God of War 3, the camera's very far away, and it kind of changes what's possible in the game. Because in God of War 3, you can have enemies coming at you from everywhere, and it works because you can kind of see them, because the camera's very far away. And the combat loop is influenced by that. But then in the new God of War, the combat is so different, and a lot of it is kind of to do with where the camera is, because you can't see a 360 view of Kratos, and there's advantages and disadvantages to each of them, and I really want to make sure that I'm making the best choice I can about the camera. So that's why that's another reason why I kind of have this button, because I can kind of in real time just test how it feels, and I don't know, I haven't really made up my mind on it yet. Because yeah, it's a very big decision for sure. But yeah, a dynamic camera might be the solution though, because it kind of, a lot of games now kind of do have something like that where the camera, depending on the context, will change. And I think knowing that I'm already doing that, like, because actually the camera does have some context cues, you could say. Like when I wall run, the camera changes position a bit, it rotates slightly and whatnot. And you know, when I use the ADS mode, the camera changes position. So I have the code there. I can change the camera position however I want and trigger it whenever I need to, and it's just a matter of executing it. But yeah, playing through this is definitely, it's a bit harder now because the movement is very different from when it was when I made the level. But it's nice trying to keep that momentum going. And that doing that double jump into a wall does feel pretty nice to me, because it's, you know, I mean, you guys can probably see it. It just feels like nice. Let's try another level. Let's do the race mode. Oh no, that's not the race mode. Where's the race mode? That's the race mode. Let's give this a go. See how much speed I can get. Okay, there's still that bug where she will occasionally ledge grab through the floor and then I can't jump, so that's bad. Oh, almost didn't make that jump there. Whee. So yeah, this is yeah, so all of this, by the way, there's like, I'm not touching the camera for any of this. This is just me using the A button and the left stick to do all of this, and the B button occasionally for that slide. Huh. I think this level definitely I could probably modify a bit easier than my other level to work with the system, but I think a lot of this, because it's so open, it kind of just seems to work. Like, I don't feel like there's any part that feels like it's hindering this system, because it's just, you know, it's very open-ended. Whee! Oh yeah, baby. Whoa. So yeah, I'm like looking at my speedometer and I'm noticing that some of that momentum does stay on the wall run. Camera makes the material transparent. Oh, actually, yeah, that might be pretty handy. I'll have to figure out how to code that, but I think, yeah, that might be nice. Actually, that would probably be a good idea for the player character in particular. I don't want people, you know, violating Gabby's personal bubble. I feel like, yeah, that would probably be a good idea if she goes, like, invisible when you get too close. What's another level I can try out? Let's try some of these other ones. I just feel like playing through this a bit to wind down. I haven't played through this level in a long time. I don't know if this will have any good opportunities, though, for the wall run. So we'll see. Because this is a very confined level. It's very short, too, but so yeah, this has a lot of grinding, and because the grinding's broken, I can't really play through this one properly, but I just want to, like, kind of mess around. See if I can, like... Oh. Oh, yeah. That climb, though. Yeah, there's something just happened. Let me, like, try that again, actually. Okay, well, it seems to not, like, the climb seems to break when I go to this specific part of this level, so because that's just a one-off thing I shouldn't worry about. What happens if you try and grind right now? Well, nothing will happen at the moment, because I've turned it off. But if I turned it on, the engine would crash. I'm not even kidding. There's some problem, there's an infinite loop somewhere, and I don't remember why, I don't remember how that happened, but when I started working on... Oh, what was it now? I think it was when I started working on the ledge grab. It must have been the ledge grab, yeah. When I started working on that, something happened where every time I tried grinding on a rail, there would be this infinite loop, and then the engine would just crash. So, yeah, Future Ray is gonna have fun with that. That's for sure. But, Hakuna Matata, as they say. Don't worry about it. I'll figure out something. The glide mechanic. I don't think I've got a glide mechanic. But yeah, sorry, I'm just like, I'm getting very, I don't know. Because every time I make something, there's always like this voice that tells me that it could be better. But I don't know, like, because I'm just here fiddling and I kind of lost track of time a bit. I'm a bit distracted by this right now. So maybe that means it's okay. I don't know. I'm always I don't like calling things as finished usually, because usually it isn't, and then I find out in like a few weeks that there's something more to do. There's something other fix for it, but I don't know. This might actually be kind of fun. I mean, hell, if people thought my old world run was fun, then hell, I think they're gonna like this. So yeah, I'm not even like, I'm just kind of going in circles, but there's something kind of satisfying about it. Except sometimes I seem to lose some momentum, like right there. Oh no, it's not momentum. It's just the character's like rotating into the wall. Oh, it's because it's because there's two objects here that intersect, and yeah, okay, I know why that's happening. It just makes it feel a bit weird. But if I have like one big solid wall, it feels much better. Well, hey, that's good news to hear, guys. If this is fun to watch, then I think that means I've done something right. Hopefully. Hopefully that means I've done at least something properly. If it's even fun to just look at it. Because, you know, it's difficult. Like, I'm sure there are definitely some game dev students in the chat right now. It's very difficult if you have like made something and you like thought it was amazing, but it turns out it was like actually kind of not that great. Especially like your first couple projects. Like I remember the first one I did, I was really passionate about it, I loved it, but I look at it now and it's like, God, this controls so horribly. And you know, when you're doing a personal project, I guess it's fine, but if you're like doing something bigger, you kind of have to hold yourself to a higher standard, right? And yeah, I'm like always questioning every day. It's like, is this fun enough? Is this fun enough? And I don't know, I think maybe I won't ever know that. And maybe I should just let that go. Maybe, I don't know. It's something I struggle with like every day. And I'm sure probably heaps of you guys doing game dev probably do as well. And it's kind of hard because it's all subjective, which I really hate. I hate that things can't be absolute, like objectively fun, because that would give me a very clear criteria, right? Because there would be an objective criteria of this is like, do something like this, and then don't do stuff like this thing. But that's kind of not how it is with games, is it? It's all very abstract and subjective, and what I might find fun might not be what someone else finds fun, and it's all very... There's no real rules. I mean, there's guidelines for sure that you should follow. There's things that you should emulate, and there's things that maybe you shouldn't emulate, but I've always found it hard that there's no set, like, this is the criteria of fun. Like, that kind of doesn't exist, really. Or maybe it does, but it's like, it's very loose. It's not a very rigid criteria, and it gets bent a lot. So when you've got like something like that with someone like me who really likes certainty, it definitely is, it makes it hard to know like for sure. It's like, is this actually like good enough to ship? It's, yeah, it makes me question it so much, but I don't know, maybe it is, but I kind of don't want to convince myself it is, because when it's your own thing, that's the thing too. I feel like if someone else made this, I think I would find it fun, but I feel like I don't want to. It's hard when I've made it, because I don't know if I'm saying that because I made it or because it's actually good. And that's something that I also struggle with, not just with the game's design, but with everything, with the art, and with like art and programming and the music and everything. It's like, I don't know if I like this because I made it or because I like what I made. And it's, I don't know if I'm the only one that seems to get anxious about that, but hell, if you guys, man, like that's probably the most useful metric, I think, is just what you guys tell me. And that's also kind of a tricky territory, you know, because you shouldn't necessarily try and please the most people. But I think if you please some of the people, maybe they could be right. So I don't know, yeah, if this looks fun to you guys, that's awesome. That's good feedback. Of course, I'd very much like to get this in people's hands when it's ready. It's still, I know it might look ready, or maybe it doesn't look ready, but there's definitely going to be some more I need to do to this before I put out any builds. It's just weird. I just thought this would go a lot worse. I guess, like, it's so weird playing this, because I've been planning this feature for months and months and months. Maybe even like a year, maybe 12 months is like, I'm trying to think of the first time I thought of the idea of the momentum system. Like when I conceived the idea, I think it must have been like a year ago. But I just had other stuff I needed to prioritize, and now we are like a year later, and it's like I'm playing it, and it's like, oh my god, like I didn't think I would, like, I don't know, it's just weird. Like it's kind of it's kind of like surreal that I'm kind of, the system is kind of there now. And I remember being really scared of it. I was so afraid of working on this because it was so, for me, I don't know if it would be ambitious, like in a vacuum ambitious, but for me, as someone with like no maths knowledge or programming knowledge or physics knowledge, it was definitely ambitious for me to do. And I'm like, man, I don't know, this might be a bit much. This might be beyond my capabilities, but I mean, hell, maybe it looks like it's working, but maybe someone will find a way to break it, and maybe it actually is bad all along. So I don't know, but yeah, it's just, I'm in disbelief that I kind of feel like I'm enjoying myself just playing around here. I'm not even like doing any objectives. I'm just kind of messing around. I'm in disbelief a bit. I'm not really sure how to feel. But I guess the code seems to, it's like, I feel like it's 90% there. With just, not the game. I just want to make that clear. The game is far from finished, but that movement system I feel like is 90%, minus the bugs. Does my current demo have the new model or the dummy one? Yeah, so it has the dummy model. I think I've explained this a lot before, but yeah, I can't put any production models in the free public builds, mainly because the point of those builds isn't necessarily to show you a finished product. It's kind of just there to test the game, and like on a game design sort of level, right? Like it's not really there to test art or anything else. It's just, do the mechanics feel good? That's literally like kind of the point of those builds. And the thing is, for me, I think it's very important I test that stuff, and I'm thinking, well, I gotta get this in front of as many people as I can. And I guess it's weird because you don't necessarily want to listen to every person, but it's usually good to just it's nice to have that information, and then you decide what you do with it. But having the information has definitely been a help for me doing this game. I've been very lucky that people have bothered. I think it's been downloaded like 30,000 times. It's crazy. So thank you. But the thing is, of course, is that I put those out for free, even though I put so much time and effort and blood and sweat and tears into them. So with that, you know, like with the models and art, right, I put a lot of work into those too. But when I was doing my devlogs about them, there was like a group of people that were like hell bent on pirating this model and just, you know, asking for a free download of it and stuff. And it's like, yeah, like it's not that hard to make your own one, really. Like you can just make your own character and do what you want. That's why I made my own character, so I could do what I wanted with it. That's why I didn't, you know, like to make Gabby, I didn't hit up some random YouTuber and say, hey, can you give me your character to use for my game? Because it's crazy. Like who the hell does that? But a lot of people do that apparently. And then a lot of people doing that to me. And I was like, you know, you can't have it. Like this is not yours. So that's why I have to leave it out of the build, because I kind of opened my assets up to, I guess, ripping, because that's what people were threatening to do. They were like, because they were asking me for a direct file, like, oh, can you give me Gabby's Blender file? And I'm like, no, go away. And then they're like, oh, well, that's fine. I'll just rip it from the build when you put it out. And it's like, haha, well, if I don't put it in the build, then you can't rip it. So that's why there's a different model in the free public version. But I think that's fair, because it's, you know, you're not paying anything for that. And I don't care what you think of the model right now. I'm just trying to test gameplay. So for me, all that matters is the game fun? And it's the most efficient way I found to try and answer that question is to just put the build out and test the gameplay. And I think if the build is so different, like, I feel like if it's such a hindrance to the experience that the model happens to be lower quality, then I feel like if the experience is hindered that much by that, I've done something wrong. I feel like I've made a bad game, because if the character model is what makes so much of it, then I don't have a game really. I just have a pretty skin over some mechanic. And for me, I think the character is definitely a strength of mine, because I happen to be very obsessed with characters. But I don't want the game to rely on that only, because I feel like it's just not good. I feel like if I can replace Gabby with a potato and people still find that fun, then I've done something right. But if not, then from a game design perspective, I've done a terrible job. If you take the character model out and the animations out, and if people don't like it, then it's like, well, yeah, because a game is more than just the aesthetics, of course. It's a bunch of stuff. So that's another reason why I don't put this model out as well, because it's not really important at the moment. And also, yeah, to stop people from pirating it, because it's not their model and it's mine. But yeah, at least I know, like, if people want to rip the dummy, it's like, well, you shouldn't anyway, because that still isn't yours, but at least it only took me 2 days to make instead of 6 months. But you know, guys, like, I've made 5-6 videos on how to make one of these characters, and there's heaps of, like, metahuman, that's now a thing, and there's, like, Vroid Studio, which wasn't a thing when I made, like, it's so easy to just make your own. Like, you could do it in, like, 10 minutes. And that's what I don't get, is, like, why does everyone want mine when you could literally just design your own one really easily without doing what I did? Because I did it the hard way. You don't have to do what I did. You don't even have to make your own model. You just download Vroid Studio and get some presets together and just do that. And it takes less time. And if it's your design, you can then do whatever you want with it, which is kind of the whole point. So that's one thing that kind of ticks me off a bit, because, you know, it seems like it's weird. I don't know if it's just a thing with gamers, or if it's just like a thing with consumers in general who don't really understand what goes into this stuff. But I feel like even if you don't know anything about game design, you should still at least respect, like, the amount of work that goes into that stuff. Because I had to sacrifice my, like, months off my life, limited time on this earth to make this, and I didn't do it just to make someone's, like, VR chat avatar. You know, I did it for my project, which is mine, which will be, like, you will own a copy someday when it's finished, but it's not finished right now. And even if, you know, you'll own the game, like a copy of the game supposedly, but it doesn't mean you own the assets and the rights to use them. You just own the game. And it's like, is that not enough? You know, like, surely that seems pretty fair, right? That you just get to play the game because that's what you paid for, and you just, you know, it's like going to Nintendo and saying, hey, I bought a Mario game, or I have a Mario game. Can I use Mario, like, my own Mario model for my game? And it's like, no, I don't think that's how copyright works. But yeah, it's something I've been very firm on, because, you know, you got to respect the work. Hell, I don't even care if you don't respect me as a person. I really don't care. Just respect the work. Just the work. It doesn't matter who made it, you know. Even if even if it only took 2 minutes to make, or 2 hours, or 2 months, doesn't matter. It's still work. Work is work, and work should be respected, I think. Oh, Mr. Brown Natch, good to see you, man. I was actually thinking, yeah, I should probably, like, hop off soon. I've been going on a bit long for this stream, but I do have everything working now. All the code is okie dokie now. The momentum system seems to work fine at the moment. The input system for the momentum system seems to be good. And yeah, so I think today was pretty good. I got done the things I wanted to get done, which is actually pretty cool, because, like, sometimes you get slow weeks, right? you'll have like a week of just fixing and trying to figure out problems and banging your head against the wall. Like that was like a few weeks ago. I had a stream like that. It was miserable. But I think this time we got it. We got some progress, and the progress was actually substantive. And it's like an hour of work actually feels like an hour of work instead of, you know, putting in an hour and only seeing like 15 minutes of what looks like, you know, progress or something. So I'm pretty happy. But yeah, project seems to be, yeah, I would say at the moment, project's going good. Thanks for asking. Oh yes, I keep changing the color of this level too. I don't know, it's just playing around with materials mainly. But yeah, Dave, though, you got a good point. Because yeah, if you try to make your own Sonic, hell, this happened recently with a Sonic fan game. I think Sega, they actually are pretty laxed about fan content. But there was one project that was being done recently that was soliciting donations, and that's a big no-no because like you just can't do that. And Sega had to put their foot down and say, yeah, you can't make money off our property, so go away. And I don't know what happened to the project, but it's absurd because it's like. The thing is that here's what I find so weird about Sonic fan games, actually, in general, because a lot of people seem to make really good ones. Like, they make great fan games that they could turn into real games that would make money if they just change the character model. Like, that's all they have to do. And it's like, why... I don't get why... Like, you've got it... Like, there was the project that was being done recently. It was some open world sort of prototype for a Sonic game. And I'm like, all right, you could actually do something with this if you just didn't make it Sonic. But I think the thing is, I think a lot of them rely on the brand of Sonic to kind of get recognized. And I mean, okay, sure, but wouldn't it be cool if you got to actually make something that you didn't get sent a cease and desist over? Like, wouldn't it be cool if you made something original that you could actually sell, and then all the work you put in could actually go towards, like, you making a game and selling it? Like, wouldn't that be cool? And that's what I'm doing. But it's like, you know... It's, I guess it depends on the motivation, but for this specific project, for them to solicit donations, it seems like they're trying to like, make something to ship, you know? That's what it feels like. Because I can understand just doing it for fun, because I've tried to make fan games here and there. I didn't take it very seriously, because it's just a fun, casual thing, but if you're gonna, you know, broadcast it on the internet and, you know, especially solicit donations, it's like, you know, you gotta play by the book. Got to be respectful of people's properties, you know, because people work hard on those things, very hard. Like Sega put a lot of money into Sonic, and you know, they should be the only ones allowed to do stuff with them, because it's like, well, they paid the price to have Sonic exist by funding all of their projects and all of that. Like, it's a lot of work. Like, I don't think most people realize there's like a lot of complicated stuff that goes into making games, and I don't know. It just makes me like a bit like upset when that line is crossed and people don't respect that boundary. But yeah, that's the thing too, is that a lot of them, some of the ones I've seen are very impressive fan games, and they could also be impressive games. Like, all they have to do is just like not have Sonic in it and just have literally any other character that's original, and they could like put it on Steam. And they wouldn't be sent a cease and desist, and you know, that'd be cool, I think. But yeah. Oh, concept art for the new Netflix show came out. That's cool. I haven't really been following the Sonic news lately. I'm sorry. I've been behind. I know that they've got some orchestra thing that they're doing tomorrow, I think. I haven't really been. I've just been working, so I haven't really been paying attention. But anyway, yeah. So that's. So the long answer to that old question, yeah, that's why I don't have the full production model in the build for the free one, because it's like, you know, like, I think I would probably put in production assets for a paid, like, early access thing, but I don't think I'm ready to do that right now. I think I'm still a bit too early for early access. But, you know, I still want to test the game, right? And that's why I've just got it on itch as, like, a free download. And to me, it seems fair that if it's free, you just get, like... You get to play with it, with the game, but I don't want to give people the opportunity to just like steal my work, because it's, you know, it's not really fair, is it? When's the next YouTube video coming? Yeah, I know. It'll come out when it's ready to come out. Like, I think there was a period of time briefly where I was kind of just making progress to make videos, but I don't think that's how I should be doing things. I think I should just be making progress, and then if enough is made that seems substantial, then I'll make a video. But I was trying to stick to like this monthly schedule last year, and I guess it was kind of neat, but I feel like it was difficult to kind of communicate. I'm trying to think of better ways to communicate what I'm doing, because I don't think, the thing is that I can't really tell everyone what I'm doing exactly. Because the thing is, when I think about progress, when I make progress, I think what you guys see like a slice of what I'm doing now, but what you don't see is what it's going to be. And it's kind of hard to talk about a game in development, showing people what's happening, but also like, because there's that perspective of what it's going to amount to, but that it's hard to communicate that, and I don't think you should communicate that either, or at least there's risks involved with communicating what you're planning to do, because it's like, for me, I try to keep my plans to myself, but then when I make progress and people don't know the context of the plan, it's difficult to kind of have a dialogue, because I might make something and someone might think that it's for something and it's actually for something else. Like the purpose of implementing a specific feature, like I'll know why because I know where it's going to go, but people outside of the project don't, and they might think it's a stupid decision, right? Even without knowing the broader vision. And it's like, it's tough, because I really would like to communicate that stuff, but I can't. It's just, it would just not, it'd be really risky and very difficult, because I don't even know how to communicate it in words. That's kind of what making the game is supposed to do. It's supposed to help me articulate it clearer and clearer each time. So I don't know, like, I think it's just because recently I've just been really like captivated and immersed in this whole process, and sometimes it's just there's so much happening in my head, or just I'm seeing like dots connect, and it's like I can't really, it's just so overstimulating that I can't put it into words or demonstrate it, and it's difficult to communicate. And I think that's why a lot of companies don't do devlogs, because I think if you're making something new, like a new IP or something, that's the chaos that happens, and the chaos looks really bad usually. It's very chaotic and messy and ugly, and nothing makes sense. But I think from what I've learned through my own experience and through the experience of other people, that's what needs to happen. But showing people that part is difficult, or having a dialogue with the public during that is difficult, because the game kind of needs space to find itself, you know? It's like if you're, I'm not a parent, but it's like if you've got a child and, how to say it? It's like, because you know, when you grow up, I guess if you're a child, you have to kind of make embarrassing mistakes to figure out who you are, right? You have to, like, I think everyone will look back on their childhood and cringe, because of course, like, that is necessary. That's the thing that that's the idea I've been really interested in lately, because games go through that same thing, I believe. And I think as much as I hate the cringe, like, everyone kind of regrets like the cringe of their childhood, right? But then you think, it's like, well, if I was a perfect child and if I didn't have any embarrassing moments, what would I be like? I don't think you could really be a person if you didn't go through like this really cringy phase. I think that's part of it. Like, you have to go through that to be who you are now. But the thing is, of course, is that it's embarrassing, right? It's uncomfortable, it's chaotic and messy, and because you don't really know who you are, no one else really knows who you are, and you don't know where the boundaries are for anything, and it's part of growing up. And I firmly believe that just art, not even just games, but just art, goes through that same thing. And I find it so interesting. But that's kind of all I can say. Like, I can't really go into detail because You know, it would be like a kid uploading a video, like like kids YouTube or something, or I don't know if you guys did this, but I know that there's friends I have who, like, when they were kids were uploading videos to YouTube, and they didn't really realize it was a forever archive, and now they're kind of embarrassed because they can't get rid of it, you know. And actually, that's something I worry about with kids today, because kids get given the internet so early, and a lot of the posts they make as kids that might be really embarrassing are going to outlive them. And I think that's kind of scary, because they have all this power and responsibility at such a young age. But I think art and games, I think they go through that same thing. And that's why talking about it on the internet is difficult. Like, going into detail about it, I should say, is difficult, because it's just as embarrassing as uploading like a childhood home video to YouTube to exist forever. You know, I feel like it's kind of equally as vulnerable and embarrassing in a sense. So I think that's just been more and more the case as I've been working on the game. I think it was easier at the beginning because I didn't really know what I was in for, but as I've been working more on it and figuring out, it's like, I've been more and more attached to the process and more involved and more stimulated by it. And it's like, because, like, it's like babies, right? Babies are cute. People will adore babies. Like, they don't really care what they do. But then when the baby starts growing into a toddler, and then like a I don't know, when the child's about 10 or 9 or something, that's when, like, they kind of start being cute and start being annoying. Or they can actually embarrass, like, they have the ability to feel embarrassed and cause embarrassment. Whereas if your baby does something embarrassing, like, no one really, I don't know, I don't feel like anyone blames them, because they're so young that how are they supposed to know? But, there's like that line, there's like that phase of being cute and then being awkward, and then then eventually they kind of grow up. And I feel like making art and games is like the same. They have that same phase. So I think maybe my first devlogs probably had that same thing of, like, watching a baby, it's like, oh, it's so adorable, look at it. And everyone kind of had that giddiness where it's like, oh, look at this game, it's cool. But then when the game starts maturing and growing a bit, it kind of, it has to go through those really awkward parts where it kind of tries something and realizes that, oh, this isn't okay to do, okay. And then they just kind of try and fail and learn. And, I feel like you don't really, it's hard to kind of go into detail on that stuff, because it's vulnerable and difficult. But yeah, that's kind of that's like something that's been on my mind, and I've been trying to factor that in because I don't want to stop making videos, but I don't want to just make videos for the sake of it. I kind of want to keep the journey going for people who have been invested so far, because I know that I kind of have forgotten it's been like a few years now that people have been following this thing, and that's really cool, and I want to reward that for sure. And I want to also share it, because sharing it at the right time, like sharing work, is also fun. Like, me streaming this stuff is satisfying, because I like talking about this stuff because I find it interesting, and it's kind of nice to get to share it instead of just keeping it to myself, because I don't know, I guess that's just how I am. But I've realized that there's consequences. Depending on when you share something and how you share it and what you share, there's consequences. And I don't think I was quite ready. Like, with the amount of people that started watching the YouTube videos, I don't think I was quite ready for the consequences of showing an unfinished game to thousands and thousands of people, because it's tough, because not everyone has the same perspective. And it's like, I don't want to put out something that's going to be misunderstood. But it's hard when your game is a child, because it's going to be misunderstood, so you can't really avoid it. So I don't know, it's a delicate balance that's been on my mind. But I'm proud of the game though. She's growing up very nicely, I think. But there's still a lot to go, and I don't quite know exactly in terms of age, from like child to adolescent. I don't quite know where the game is yet, but it's I don't know, maybe just talking about not the details, but just the fact that is like what happens. I don't know, maybe that could be what I focus on, but I kind of don't really want to say what my plans are, because I don't know yet. But a devlog will come. I'm not going to stop them, but I just got to really think about why I want to make it and what I want to say. And yeah. I don't know what you guys have to say about some of that. I guess, yeah, progress videos. That's something, I think I tried that with my last devlog. It was a very quick rapid fire progress thing. But I don't know, it didn't quite hit the way I wanted to, but I don't know, maybe I just have to look at it differently. But yeah, I have been trying to keep people updated though on like Twitter, like I do post clips and that sort of thing. And I'm comfortable doing that because you're only seeing like a small bit and it's just something quick. But the thing is that I can't really do that regularly because, you know, I feel like a lot of like clips that get shared on Reddit and Twitter, like they're very sensational and those ones do very well. And I'm not really like, I don't really want to make sensational progress. I kind of just want to make good progress, and good progress doesn't always look great. It might be under the hood progress, it might be design philosophy progress, and it's not always obvious. So I don't know, it's like, and I feel like a lot of those videos that you see like on Reddit and stuff, the ones that do really well, they usually are a lot further in development, like because they have art models in and it looks very polished, and I'm not up to that part yet. So I think that might be something that I'll do more of later. But yeah. E3 style trailers and a Q&A. Interesting. I'm not necessarily sure on trailers because I feel like it's interesting. I feel like trailers in general might not be the appropriate way because I feel like a trailer kind of implies that it's going to be ready to come out, and it's definitely not right now. Yeah, actually, Dave, you have a good message there. Sorry, I've been like, there's a lot of backed up messages here, but Dave's got yeah, that's another thing too, right? Because I'm still in the process of figuring out what features to add. I'm a lot more certain than I was last year, but I'm definitely not 100% sure, and that's another risk you have of sharing progress, because you might implement something like weapons, which I did have at one point, and then you take them out, and then people go, where's weapon? I want weapon. And it's like, but I'm not, like, I'm trying to figure out where this is going, and I think if you share too much too early, you run the risk of alienating people who get attached to an idea that you might throw out, and I don't want to do that to people, because it's not fun, you know? It's not, and it's just like, it just makes things messy, you know, and I kind of don't want to do that. But yeah, it's been a lot on my mind though. I don't think I haven't been thinking about it, because it's been like, what, 6 months, and it's definitely been on my mind, but I feel like I'll know what the right thing is. I feel like it'll come to me, and it'll feel like the right thing to say or the right video to make, and mainly at the moment, I'm just focused on progress. Like I've got all that in the back of my head, but I'm just trying to tick off the stuff on my list, because that's probably going to be more important than the videos anyway. So, but yeah, I do miss that process though of like getting, you know, showing people, because that's kind of nice when you get to make something and show it. It's satisfying. I do miss that, but sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, and you gotta say, okay, well, this isn't ready yet, let's not show it, and just keep your head down, you know? So sometimes you gotta do that. Oh, thanks, Blue X. Appreciate it. No PR is a good PR. I mean, I don't know, maybe sometimes. But yeah, it's weird though, because it's like, I feel very grateful that there is like, seems to be this group of people that really seem to dig what I'm doing, which is incredible, because this thing is like really, I don't know, I'm really not sure if it's like worthy of any praise at all, really, but I'm glad that people do seem to like it. That seems really cool, and I appreciate that people follow it, and it's definitely pretty cool. But of course, like the people who enjoy it, there's also going to be the people who don't enjoy it. And I don't know, it's just like, it's complicated, you know, because you gotta like, you don't want to like go in one direction, attract people around a vision for a direction, and then change direction for what could be an important reason, and then alienate those people you've cultivated. So I think that's definitely happened to me probably already, and maybe to heaps of other people, but you know, it's a risk you run, and I think I'd rather have freedom to experiment than eyes on the project. Because I think eyes could come later, probably, once experimenting is kind of finalized. But anyway, I've probably rambled long enough. I do appreciate, though, everyone who keeps following this thing, because it's awesome. It kind of, the more people who are aware of it and follow it and support me through it, like, it kind of makes it easier for me to work on, which is kind of weird, because it's kind of goes in the opposite of some of the stuff I've said about that, because it's definitely, well, it's definitely multifaceted, that's for sure. But I do appreciate, though, that there is the community that seems to be built around this. So thanks all for coming. Anyway, I think that'll probably do it for me this week. I'm going to be streaming again next week with more progress, same time. I think I'm going to stick with Wednesday now. I think that's going to be my day. Wednesday at 9 AM Universal Time, which I don't know what time zone that is for you. You can figure that out yourself. So Wednesday, 9 AM UTC next week on this same channel. Follow my socials and you'll get notified. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks all for coming. Thanks for watching me code. Thanks for keeping me company, and I will see you next week, hopefully, unless something comes up, in which case, hopefully I see you next week. I'll make an effort, we'll try. Hopefully nothing bad happens. I'm gonna regret saying that, aren't I? Anyway, catch you guys later.